engage communities and to preserve biodiversity for future generations. Because true progress isn't just measured in barrels, but in balance between energy and environment, people and planet. Total Energies EP Uganda, acting for sustainability.
In Kasinyi, where the CPF is, took our clan land, 64 acres. We were compensated. Out of that money, I constructed a house in Kasinyi village there. Then from there, I migrated this way in Kiliyango. From here, pipeline passed in my land. It took some 1 acre of my land. I was compensated. I bought some 6 acres. Extra land whereby I'm going to cultivate my crops where I shall be feeding my children. After that money, I constructed houses. They can be seen. Part of them I give to my children. From here, my main target is to plant trees. 2018, 2019, the government of Total tried to look for someone who can make a nursery bed. They came here, I was chosen. Why was I chosen? Because I had experience. In Nyaweya Forest Training College, I spent there 2 years, trained how to make this nursery bed. Then from there, I went up to Bulindi. Bulindi is District Farm Institute. I spent some 2 years there, training how to plant trees and making nursery bed. So from that experience, when I came back, I started making to my children. All of my children I trained how to make nursery bed. Total Energies sponsored CD sponsored me by buying this one here, buying a Bible wire, seeds, paying for labor. They were paid by CD. Their target being that they will buy these trees and give to PAPS. And every willing person will come and buy these trees. There's a project which came through Eco Trust. They took some seedlings, something like 3,390 seedlings, gave them to schools, churches, and a high institution within Bulisa district. My first profit with my family members, first of all, we have now acquired more land. We have built permanent houses. We have also acquired some knowledge and skills. Even from here, where we are going, we shall do the same. Most of our children here, all of them, they are now schooling.
Watching your meta quankare, Major Black Dudu, no Borakan, Kanano, Togo, Total, Mumara, Olivario, the Pierre, and
feel the magic in the air. I love it, ale, feel the magic in the air. I love it, ale, feel the magic in the air.
Representing the Democratic Board Tagano, launching Kenima Bay goalkeeper, and not to talk Kenima Bay track.
These games have brought us together. No, some of us maybe would be outside there idle, but we are here enjoying socializing with others.
Total Energies is always committed to support this league from the kickoff up to the finals, and it has done the same in Vrisa, it has done the same in Noya. We want to be part of the community, we want to hear feedback, we want to be part of talent development, and the mini tournaments fall under our education and inclusion pillar.
Uye, a quanta man for Total. Report man no, man and more aki fufa ke come, wajine tu mai no ani, be no make a more again.
Steven, connection with Iso. Steven for young Elifa. Making close. Can you could be a goal? Oh.
Kakanya ameka duak forge bot luak duju ma aki put noya kama pat memi uchwak ekom turo matika waranyim amirne aduak forge bot Total Energies peyuk wen kikon wen mawurumini wa machalen wa district local government menano ne turo enudon
y a pas de raccourci. Oublie tes soucis et viens faire la folie. On t'invite à la magie, y a pas de raccourci.
What I've liked most about Total Football is like they don't segregate, because other companies they would maybe favor boys. Total is at least bringing both teams, therefore they are promoting gender equality in our society. We even had a dream like to form our team called the Total Energies.
The pressure increase or decrease. We are enjoying a very nice display from Torom Young Stars and Black Elephant Academy.
Good afternoon to you all. We are going to start. I told you we are going to start, but we are going to start for real. In the next 5 minutes, I would just like to let you know that there are bathroom facilities. If you walk through this main entrance, turn to that building. On the side, you will find them there. Another thing, take care if you came with a phone, a bag, a computer, something you value, take care of it. Not that we suspect each other of being thieves, but you never know. So make sure you have somebody looking after your possessions so we don't lose anything. I hope you're enjoying the videos from Total Energies. Learn something, we'll expand on those, and we will start in the next few minutes. Yeah, otherwise feel at Total Energies EP Uganda / Sheraton, and we're looking forward to a full afternoon with you. Not so? Is there someone there? If you're there, say woo! We are not going to give you the cocktail at the end. Yeah. Okay, so we'll chat. Make yourself comfortable, and we'll start in the next 5 minutes.
Budongo and Bugoma forests were interlinked. Through the different small patches of forest, wildlife used to move from Budongo to Bugoma and Bugoma to Budongo. And where they were passing, there were small patches of forest that would link the two forests. However, over the years, these forests, they are heavily degraded to an extent that they are either people's homes or they are people's gardens.
So our aim here as Total Energies, it's a commitment that's under our Tilenga Biodiversity Programme. We are looking to restore around 1,000 hectares of forest corridor. So that's forest that has been lost and it's outside of protected areas at the moment.
Forest corridor restoration is very key for conservation of chimpanzees within Budongo landscape. It will allow chimpanzees to utilize the resources held at the defined forest blocks. It will allow free movement of chimpanzee between one forest and another, and it will also help us solve the outstanding conflict between chimpanzee and humans within the landscape.
EcoTrust facilitated the formation of 10 CLOAs. Those are the communal land associations in Masindi here. These groups are working to conserve the forests, the riverine forests that are within their communities, communally.
We want to restore our forest as it was before. The children we are going to produce, we need them to see our forest and to see the animals which are in our forest.
We are here with the community doing restoration to restore this degraded part. So as a district, we're always very grateful for the community and then to the funding partners.
So we shall never come back and destroy the forest again.
Total Energies EP Uganda, acting for sustainability.
machale group manye kambe kimeo dia sara ini wachao mahali bario kitiario biada wayabo ki machel wachao ki group na catering awatimu catering wakonyo community ila wadoyo dul menga amodi yupudi wachwale wa supply ndio total udi supply machel wachwale di pian wachao di 1 kilos ba wata kilo marong piara beach due ki due ki karendo wa oil level madong wata kilo marong miario e project mo wati timone eni wajome total ni branch pe MSL ula hopo ka group mala danda yan chairman kumbeti board group kere wa me saving pedak yilu ida pitwai awa po chane ane wa tiar wa saving ai group ma I down no yom inge chane ga ti sing down yom twin berutie wa chel wa rongo no million marongo piare o kiwe we ki due ano at least watika no profit more like me 1.2 gini
kaman hopi adonye group eni una beru kita amadwong pen kiri ango mo mera nung kisian no ta pel no ni ker mi fu tutwan no pa ti kere ci kar ma adonye group eni ke mo nar wati kere wan mon eni wati group wa ber ma iwa yom ciel ma wati ga gwa ko ne bene ka wa gonyo ti ka la ko kwa la ko ti ka mi wa ker on mi ngo pa lo ti ang mo ka ne wa school
lak mamegwa tiene group eni umiara jome total wa umete bodwa wa kwa il kar wa chama lo jime ma foot po wa no wan mete kino ne
wacha ti bot total energy kin ma kumbete bukaru nan kare komwa meme wa gira tima
Today we are here celebrating a key milestone, not just for Total Energies as a company, but for the country Uganda, as we send off 100 youth who are a cohort that is part of the 200 youths that were selected to join the Tilenga Academy. And they have been training since April 2024.
I've been training with Tilenga Academy and I've attained skills and knowledge in oil and gas fundamentals, drilling operations, mechanical equipment, as well as production techniques.
We have done a lot of things, do it the oil and gas, the health and safety, the production bit of it. My specialization is being a production technician.
We are going to Malaysia, to INSTEP, that is Institute Technology, Petroleum Petronas, and we shall be undertaking a more advanced training from what we have been doing at Uganda Petroleum Institute. We shall be doing hands-on technical training in oil and gas to make sure that we produce oil and gas in Uganda safely and effectively, sustainably.
Are you afraid to be cold? Come on, look at the sun.
We shall get to know how the live plant operates and we get enough exposure about the work we shall be doing in the field. I will be glad to share this experience I get from France and Malaysia with other colleagues who didn't get a chance to acquire this training when we are in the Tilenga field.
I'm actually very glad that I'm going to be trained by international experts.
This opportunity means a lot to me as a woman and as a Ugandan, basically to be able to contribute to Uganda's economy in this time.
So there will be the future workforce in the field, people working as mechanical, instrumentalists, electrician, operators, panel operators, maintenance people, inspection people. Through that journey, they will acquire all the competencies that will allow them to go at site safely and being efficient.
As Total Energies, we are really excited because this is not just a training. It is our contribution to developing local talent. It's our contribution to creating jobs, but it's also our contribution to the economic development of the country.
I hope to become a better mechanical engineer in oil and gas.
I hope to be part of the trainees that will be recruited by the company.
And I aspire to be a good electrician of this country in oil and gas.
I aspire to be one of the lead operators in the oil and gas industry at the Central Processing Facility in Bulisa.
All this ensures that the local Ugandans or the national content is well represented in the oil and gas sector.
I'm so excited and I thank Total Energies for the great opportunity given to us.
Remember, I told them you will be the best students they ever saw. So don't make me a liar.
Livelihood restoration under the Tilenga project, we supported 3,990 PAPS households. These are people that were impacted by the project. Where we are now is in the home of one of the people that were impacted and supported under the Livelihood restoration program. Solomon was given vegetable seeds, especially tomatoes, and he was given a boar back to help improve on the quality of his goats. And he was also given a female goat. And if you can see in the background, there are a number of goats that are offsprings from what he received as a pup to help improve on his goats.
Ate bale batano kubanza na kubanza babanize kutuha mbuli mbako mbuli zizo bakuza kuhanga mbuli gedulo bikizanga kuba ngiye myambuli zamu aleke gihindule mbebo aleke wakabana kutonda otonde senti zirundi ho kukera mbuli zize za loko ate zo mbuli bagimpirde nagyo bera batwongeranga de mbuli zindi nkebere omuntu bambaye mbuli gimero ndebere. What has been bleeders law?
We have been monitoring the progress that Solomon is making. Solomon has now become a model.
Good afternoon to you all. You know, you are all, most of you are younger than 30, so I expect a little bit of energy in the room. So good afternoon, and you shout back, match my voice. Good afternoon to you all. We can do better. Good afternoon. Okay, you know, this is not a lecture room, it's not an office space, it has conference, but don't feel like this is too formal that you cannot express yourself. You are all very, very welcome, ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, and so on. But before we officially start, I would like to say two things. Number one, my name is Rachel. Number two, and I will be your host today. Number two, there is somebody who has lost her, misplaced her ID. You never know, I may have a job for you, so come and ask me. From Nkumba University, Elizabeth Adut. I have it here. Come and we talk, and you bring your business card also when you're coming for your ID. Number three, we need to be safe and secure in this place, so I would like to, before we officially start, invite a representative from this hotel, Sheraton Hotel. Where are you? Yes, sir. Welcome, and we will hear a quick security briefing so we all know we are safe and secure in this place.
Thank you, Ms. Rachel. My name is Abbas Lutalo, Head of Safety and Security. Good afternoon, dear guests. You're welcome to Sheraton, Kampala. We shall start with looking around our area where we are seated to see if there is any suspicious item. Kindly look around your areas. Any suspicious item? It means we are so far safe. Then when you look aside to your neighbor, do you see any suspicious person? Any? If there is, please raise the concern. If there is no, it means whoever is here is meant to be here. So any new face or any item, new item that comes in calls for some suspicion. And I have deployed my two gentlemen just at the back in case anyone feels like he or she is uncomfortable with the surrounding. Smoothly, don't cause panic, move to them, alert them, they know what to do. Otherwise, the MC made my work easier by guiding us to where our place for convenience is. It is just the white building behind or in front of this tent. So in case you feel like you would like to make use of it, kindly move smartly. Inside here, we don't have any fire detection system, but we have lots of people. And as far as I know, there's no smoke without fire. And smoke has some kind of smell, at least. So if you smell any smoke within here, still you go through the same system, procedure. I have the two gentlemen there, all in case of any fire. If you can fight it, I have deployed fire extinguishers within the tent. Make use of it. Otherwise, our assembly point is going to be behind the registration point where you registered as you came in. Kindly make use of that in case of an emergency that needs us to evacuate. And even when we are evacuating, do not cause panic. Otherwise, you might cause stampede. We are very many and we only have one exit. In case of any health challenge, we have our hotel nurse on property. She can be summoned to come in. One last thing is, if you happen to detect any abandoned bag, do not touch, move quietly as far as possible. We have a canine on property which will take care of that situation. Unless there's any questions for me, I wish you a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we are going to get going. So I thought we would start in two ways. When we were in school, there was the youth anthem. Who remembers the youth anthem? We younger women and men of Uganda. Was anyone forced to sing that in school? If you were, raise your hand. Some of you were not. But we will start this way with the one that we know. Would you please stand for us to sing the national anthem and get started? Oh, Uganda, may God... Okay, now I sing the first bit, then you join. Oh, Uganda, Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free, for liberty, together we all... Thank you. Please have a seat. As I said, my name is Rachel. If you're looking for me, you need something from me, I'll be right at this table. But good afternoon and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed officials, our partners in the oil and gas and energy sectors, and most importantly, the highest guests here are the young people in this room. Welcome. Give yourselves a hand clap for being here today. We don't take it for granted that you've taken Friday off, little weekendy. So thank you for coming and taking this time off. Your presence here is clear that you are interested, involved, and you want to take part in the development in this country in addition to your own development. Some of you came with friends today. Who came with a friend? Raise your hand. Aha. Keep your hand up. All right. Who here came with a friend but has also identified someone they know? So you came with a friend and you have someone you know. Stand up your two arms. Who came alone and doesn't know anybody? Aha, so I see people there. So we are going to do this. I'm going to give you 60 seconds to do one thing. Find someone you don't know. You are not allowed to cheat. I have seen you. Find someone you don't know, tell them your name, where you're from, and what you are looking forward to this afternoon. And I'll come around with the microphone to find you. So this requires that you have to stand up. Stand up, find someone you don't know, don't cheat. Don't be comfortable. Your name, where you came from, what you are looking forward to this afternoon. Mbalaba, some of you are still sitting. Don't be shy, you never know. You can even approach some of our distinguished guests here at the front. Hey. Okay, I'm going to bombard people. What's your name and who have you met today?
My name is Rita and I met Mr. Zion.
Who have you met today?
Mr. Zion.
Mr. Zion? Who is a who?
I beg your pardon.
Who is Mr. Zion? Did you give him your business card? Go ahead and do so. Who have you met today? Here.
My name is Agaba Andrew.
Who have you met today?
I have met Vivian.
Who is Vivian?
Vivian, where is she? But I have also met Royce from Chambogo University doing chemical engineering.
Don't forget people's faces. You're meeting your next colleague, your next boss. You never know who you are meeting. Who have you met?
I met this lady called Priscilla.
Louder, louder.
I met a lady called Priscilla.
You met a lady called Priscilla? A nice lady called Priscilla. Apana, that is not enough. We are all nice people. Hey, we are all nice people. Find out what their skill is. What you can get from them. I'm following her because she's taller than me. Who have you met? Who are you and who have you met today?
I've met John from Chambogo University. I'm Jennifer Lungat from Nkumba University.
Jennifer. Okay. Earlier I met someone who shared the same shirt as me. It appears that we went to the same Chitenje cellar. Jonathan, where are you? My twin for today. Jonathan, where are you? From IU. There he is. So you're all very welcome. You're welcome to take your seats. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. All of us passed through the exhibition space as we came in. Remember, if you're passing through there, to stop, ask a question, find out what EB is doing, what the Society of Petroleum Engineers of Uganda is doing, Q sourcing, Stanbic Bank. Please don't just pass through, stop, look, listen, exchange information. So we'll wait for the rest who are exchanging contacts to have a seat. All of us here are here because of our hosts, Total Energies, EP Uganda. Let's give them an applause because of this beautiful environment, this wonderful setting. For Total Energies, this isn't just another event. It's evidence of their commitment. Their commitment to the young people of Uganda, their commitment for your participation and inclusion, their commitment in the long term to the development of this country. And of course, there are other partners of Total Energies here. There is a society for professional engineers. I see people from Petroleum Authority of Uganda, the Uganda National Oil Company. I've seen a few people here from Ministry of Energy, from all over the place. These are our partners in this sector, yeah. And so I would like to invite now our hosts from Total Energies, specifically Brenda Amanda, who is the Environmental Operations Coordinator, and she's also one of the directors in SPE. So she will just give us a quick sustainability moment before we proceed. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Rachel, and good afternoon, everyone. For my sustainability moment, we're going to the movies. It will be it's a movie trailer, which I'll then speak about after. Polycarp? There we go.
How does it feel, William? I never went to secondary school. Make us proud.
Hey, looking sharp, eh?
You too, man.
Kachokolo is not the wealthiest school in the district, but it's down to each one of you to decide your own level of commitment.
Commitment!
The rains came late this year, and now the trees have gone. Malawi is preparing for a very long, hungry season. Ukali muntu wa mkulo sopana William. Palibe amene yanga titandize.
What are you going to do?
Anything new?
It's a pump.
Can you fix it?
Maybe. Mr. Kachibunda, when you turn the wheel on your bike, the light shines. How?
It's magnets.
I can bring water. I know how to do it.
We stay, we die.
No! With the electricity, we can plant in the dry season.
And wakufa kudziwa zimenezo?
Malusiwa, adzalika liti. Zita kutaka. Ngati Mungu anitandiza. Wale watawa baba ndilibeza kulota.
I don't know how many of you have heard of or watched the movie, The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind, but I thought it's very catching sustainability moment for us today, just based on the theme and our audience. It's a little boy, a teenager from Malawi who identified a problem first at home, and he then used the resources that were available. He recycled material from broken things, a radio, cells, and so on. And he created a windmill, and from that he made electricity that first they could use at home, and eventually the entire village benefited because it went on to solve an even larger problem. They had no water, and they then used this concept to do irrigation. He went on to become a worldwide sensation, so first a sensation within his country, and then eventually a global sensation. There's a book written about the story. There's a movie written about the story, which you can find. It's on Netflix. It's a very encouraging, and I thought I could use it to challenge us today. We have youth here, and if we look around, we'll see that it is in some ways within our power to solve the problems that are around us. The current one, which is the basis of the theme today, being energy. So it's a challenge to you. I hope you take it on, and all the best. Enjoy the session.
Thank you, Brenda. Amanda, sustainability is the word of the day, the word of the century. So thank you for that, Brenda. We are using 3 hashtags for this, and we encourage you to tell other people about it, to blog, tweet, I don't know what the TikTok word is, to Snapchat about it. These are the 3 hashtags. The first one is Africa Youth in Energy. Africa Youth in Energy, one word, one phrase. The second is acting for social impact. Acting for social impact. 4 was written in full, F-O-R, but what if we change it to acting number 4, social impact, so that you can, we save you some space. And the third is creating shared value. Hashtag creating shared value. You're welcome. This is a public event, so take pictures, record interesting quotes, and so on and so forth. Let other people know you're here and what today is about. Okay, so the business of this conference has already started. And I thank the past speakers. As you all know, as you are well aware, as we have already said, we are hosted here today by Total Energies EP Uganda. To set the scene for what is ahead, I'm going to introduce someone and invite her here. The theme of this conference is awareness into action. Last year, there was a conference and many people became aware. Now we want to move from I know to I can do. So, allow me to introduce Anita Kayongo. She's a highly accomplished, somebody say highly. Highly, not lowly accomplished like some of us. Highly accomplished corporate affairs communication professional with 15 years experience driving strategic communication, stakeholder engagement, and brand leadership across public, private, and international sectors. She currently serves as the Corporate Affairs and Communication Manager at Total Energies EP Uganda, where she leads a dynamic team. Can we see that dynamic team that she leads? You wave your hand so we know who to blame or who to thank, who to come and approach. So she leads this dynamic team that is responsible for shaping the company's brand and reputation, not just in Uganda, but across East Africa. Anita joined Total in 2013. Who was in school by then? Who had graduated by then? This is the experience she comes with as a communications coordinator and rose through the ranks to become corporate communications manager in 2018. We can say a lot about Anita. We will hear from her a lot this afternoon. But would you join with me in welcoming Anita Kayongo to set the scene for us this afternoon?
Thank you, Rachel, for that kind introduction. Good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you so much for joining us. It's indeed a privilege. It's always tough to come after such strong, eloquent speakers like Rachel. So since she's taken up much of the space, I'll do the serious, boring stuff. And then we'll have another energetic person following. Thank you. So I'm going to share with you our journey from when we started, that was 2024, to where we are right now. And that's through a preamble of the Youth in Energy Conference. So it's my honor, really, to welcome you to this second edition of the Youth in Energy Conference, an initiative by Total Energies, EP Uganda, in partnership with our valued stakeholders and Total Energies Company. Building on the success of our inaugural event, this year, the conference is more inclusive, bringing together not only the young professionals and industrial leaders, but also the vibrant network of university students that we have here today. Of course, as well as the academicians, we have representation from our leaders in the education institutions. The energy, curiosity, and ambition in this room is a powerful reminder of why we gather here today, not just to discuss the future, but to shape it together, really. When we launched the first Youth in Energy Conference, our vision was to create a platform where young people could engage directly on the opportunities and the challenges in the sector, hence enabling dialogue, collaborative problem solving, and co-creation of actionable strategies to address them together. The overwhelming response and impact from the first conference that we held gave us a boost, and therefore the vision to continue engaging on a similar platform, hence this consequent platform of 2025. We organized this conference because we recognize that the journey to sustainable energy and the future of it requires more than just technology and investment. It demands fresh ideas, bold leadership, and inclusive dialogue. By bringing students together, innovators, industrial leaders, and policymakers, we aim to foster collaboration, inspire action, and empower the next generation to lead Uganda's energy story. The outcome of last year's conference at Makerere University demonstrated the power of youth engagement, from skills development and local content advocacy to practical pathways like internships, certifications, and entrepreneurship opportunities. This year, we aim to build on those lessons, focusing on hands-on outcomes and real impact. We are especially proud of our collaboration with the Society of Petroleum Engineers. Thank you so much for allowing to partner with us to bring together students from across the different universities in Uganda. This partnership, again, for us, reflects commitment to bridging the gap between the academia, the industry, and ensuring that the next generation of energy leaders is equipped with both knowledge and skills. Today's theme, awareness, from awareness to action, youth shaping Uganda's energy transition, reflects our shared commitment to moving beyond conversation and into meaningful impact. Our program features dynamic panel discussions on preparing the youth for Uganda's oil and gas sustainability journey, and on innovation and leadership in the broader energy story. We are also joined by a diverse group of panelists, and we welcome you all. Please, I would like you to join me to welcome the panelists. They'll be introduced to you later, but we are privileged that you could all make it. We are also joined by our leadership from government, as well as both partners in the private sector. We also have clinics, or what we are calling our exhibition area. You will find representation. And again, it's a reaction to the feedback we got from the first conference, where we asked, what is it that you would want to see in the next conference? So the representation, both in this hall and outside in the exhibition area, is a response to what we thought would benefit you and your time as our youth leaders. So as we embark on this afternoon's program, I encourage each of you to connect, question, and contribute, because your voice matters. And with this, allow me to stop here, and I wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Ms. Kayongo. One of the advantages of attending a session like this is to hear from people in the know, to hear from people who have been where you are, and to get inspiration and motivation from them. As Anita said, this is a space for collaboration, action, and inspiring innovation. So our first inspiration is from our keynote speaker. I will tell you her name at the end, but I want you to take note of her profile, because she was just recently where you are. She was born in Senegal. She earned a bachelor's degree in finance in the US and an MBA in Spain before continuing her career in Cameroon. She's all over, she's worldwide. Within Total Energies, she has held key managerial positions in Senegal, Paris. Are you impressed that I can say Paris, not Paris? Paris, Southern France, and Tanzania. In 2022, she was appointed Managing Director and Country Chair in Madagascar, spearheading the company's energy transition roadmap and becoming the first woman president of the Madagascar Petroleum Industry Association. She's a vocal advocate for gender equality, sister, a workplace and workplace diversity in the energy sector and beyond, and she has received numerous recognitions for her leadership, including last year, she got the Woman CEO of the Year award. Ladies and gentlemen, would you welcome with me this person, our keynote speaker, Ms. Marianne Savso. Please give her a hand as she comes to deliver the keynote talk this afternoon. Welcome, welcome, Ms. Marianne Savso.
Wow, what an introduction, right? All right. This happens to me often when I have to fix the mic. Representatives from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, our joint venture partners, UNOC, CNOC, and ECOP, representatives of government institutions and participating companies, Madam Vice President of General Affairs, EP Africa, dear colleagues, members of the media, distinguished guests, and last but definitely not least, students and youth leaders, good afternoon. I am honored today to address such a dynamic, forward-looking audience of students, innovators, entrepreneurs, academics, and leaders across the energy value chain. We are today here gathered for the second Youth in Energy Conference, and your presence here today signals not just interest, but intent. The intent to move from awareness to action. Now, let me ask you a question. How many of you here will be under 40 by the year 2030? Don't be shy, I want to see a show of hands. Who will be under 40 by the year 2030? I feel like we have older people in the back. What's going on in the back? Yes? Everybody's ready? Yes. Exactly as I expected, most of you. Now, let me tell you guys a story. A few weeks ago, I attended another conference, and the same question was asked, and not one hand was raised. I raised my hand when the question was rephrased as to who was under 40 on that day. Then I raised my hand because I still have a few months to go. Now, why am I telling you this anecdote? That room that I just mentioned was where decisions about your future, about our planet in 2030 and beyond, are being made. And yet, the people who will live with the consequences of those decisions, meaning you, were not in that room. This is not just an observation. It is one of my core messages to you today. We cannot let the future be designed by those who won't live in it. This is precisely why your voice, your energy, and your seat at the table are not just important, they're absolutely essential. So why does this conference matter? This year's theme sits at the intersection of Total Energy's two core commitments. The first one being creating shared value, expanding opportunities so that young people can contribute meaningfully to their communities and to the economy. And number two, of course, advancing the energy transition with the ambition to be a major player and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 together with society. Ladies and gentlemen, across Africa, the momentum towards a just energy transition is building. Securing Africa's right to develop using all of its resources responsibly. Resource-rich nations like Uganda, like Namibia, like Senegal, where I'm originally from, powered by a useful, innovative population, are uniquely positioned to lead Africa's energy transition. This is a generational opportunity to redefine development. And let me be unequivocal about the context of this transition. We often hear about climate efforts, but we must speak louder about climate justice. Africa bears the responsibility, rather, what I was going to say was absolutely the opposite. Africa bears the least responsibility for global emissions, yet faces the most severe consequences. It is fundamentally unjust to ask a continent where hundreds of millions still lack basic electricity to make the same sacrifices as those who industrialized for centuries using fossil fuels. All right. I like the encouragement. Africa has the sovereign right to use its natural resources for its own development. This is not just a rejection of sustainability, it is the very definition of what a just transition should be. One that balances global opportunities with the urgent need to power our schools, our hospitals, our industries, and the dreams of our youth. Our pathway must be ours to define, leveraging all available resources to build a future that is both prosperous and sustainable. With over 75% Ugandans under 30, and this is often the case when you look at other African countries, the pyramid age is usually like this, you are not just stakeholders, but the chief architects of our future. Your ideas, your leadership, your enterprise in clean energy innovation, in policy advocacy, and entrepreneurship are essential to universal energy access, climate resilience, and long-term competitiveness. Total Energies is proud to be your partner. Through vocational training, university scholarships, partnerships with innovation hubs, we are equipping the next generation of Ugandan scientists, engineers, and entrepreneurs with the skills to lead. I couldn't be prouder of the fantastic work our colleagues in Uganda are doing. This conference extends and accelerates those efforts. Together with our JV partners, CNOC and UNOC, Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the responsible development of the Tilenga project. This week, I had the privilege of coming back to Uganda. I had been here, it's been a while, and Uganda is very close to my heart. It is a beautiful country. By the way, she mentioned I did used to live in Tanzania, and this week I was asked the question about the parks, where it's more beautiful, is it Uganda or Tanzania? So I'm yet to answer that question. But this week, we visited our sites in Hoima, in Bulisa, Noya, and Kakumiro. I practiced that. And what inspired me the most was not the scale of the machinery, but rather the spirit of the Ugandans that I met on the ground. I saw a generation of young professionals who have mastered new skills. They were answering questions. They were speaking with confidence about their work. They were determined to build a better future for their nation. And I love to see every second of that. Let me be clear. These young Ugandans, I felt they were not just employees, but they were pioneers. With every pipeline they lay and every system they calibrate, they are writing an indelible chapter in the story of Uganda's progress. They are the living proof that the energy transition will be built by African hands, powered by African intellect, and driven by African ambition. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda's energy transition will be built on practical steps that deliver real impact. Remember today's theme, awareness to action. So allow me to highlight a few of ours. Whether we're talking about scaling renewables, in partnership with the government of Uganda, we are developing 40 megawatt of solar PVs across 2 locations, contributing clean energy to the grid and building local capability. We are also strengthening hydro. We have acquired a 28% stake in the Bugajali hydropower plant, which provides approximately a quarter of Uganda's electricity demand. By doing that, we are demonstrating our alignment with national priorities and grid stability. I could also use the example of clean cooking and industry. Within the Tilenga upstream project area, we are constructing an LPG plant to help reduce biomass dependence, improve air quality and health-related concerns, and support more efficient industrial energy use. Another example would be on cutting operational emissions. In line with our net zero commitments, we are implementing carbon footprint reduction interventions in the Tilenga upstream area because transition credibility starts with operational excellence. I will give you a final example on enabling e-mobility. We are supporting the hosting infrastructure for battery swapping stations and EV charging, phasing out high-emitting engines is critical to improving air quality in urban areas. These are bold, practical steps, the kind that move strategy into reality, the kind that help shape Uganda's energy transition pathway. Now I would like to talk about the role of the youth. The roadmap on energy access demands fresh perspectives and relentless innovation, both of which the youth are best placed to drive. Total Energies, EP Uganda's decade-long investment in youth inclusion and education are paying off. Nearly 3,000 young Ugandans have benefited from Total Energies EP Uganda's education and empowerment initiatives and are now contributing to health, telecommunications, energy, and more. Through the Tilenga Academy Training Program, around 200 young Ugandans have received advanced training in production operations at UPIC in Oman, Malaysia, Paris. You pronounced it beautifully. The first cohort of 100 completed their training at UPIC and overseas and returned home earlier this year. The second cohort of about 100 has completed UPIC training and is currently undergoing further training abroad. Upon completion, these trainees will be absorbed into the Tilenga project and attain international certifications, enhancing their employability globally. They are the future production and maintenance operators in electrical, mechanical, instrumentation, and production operation skills that are transferable across sectors and directly relevant to Uganda's broader energy transition. At Total Energies, we have a conviction, one that I share deeply. We believe that access to energy is fundamental to human development. Yet, across our continent, 600 million people still lack access to electricity. And let's be honest, many of us have what I like to call the emergency drawer at home. You know the one I'm talking about. The one where you have the candles, the matches, a flashlight. If you are lucky, you perhaps have solar lamps. It's become a go-to in most households, but it really shouldn't be. The situation is a reminder of the enormous challenge ahead of us. If there is a single message that I want you to take from today, let it be the following. We are at a crossroad, and your creativity, your courage, your capacity to turn ideas into enterprises and advocacy into policy is much needed. As the youth, and I'm going to include myself in this, I still have a few months to go, I mentioned. We need to innovate, to build solutions for real Ugandan or African context, from productive user solar for agro-processing to smart metering, clean cooking, and e-mobility logistics. We need to collaborate, to partner across universities, startups, development partners, and industry to accelerate pilots into scale. We need to advocate, to push for enabling policies that expand access, that attract capital and reward efficiency and lower emissions. And we need to lead. Let me say that again. We need to lead. We need to step into apprenticeships, internships, research projects. Bring your skills to the front lines of implementation. On our side, Total Energies will continue to invest, to partner, and open door, because your success is going to be this country's success. When I entered this room, I have to be honest about my bias. I was quite happy and quite excited to see so many young women, to see so many young ladies. So if the men in the room will allow me, I'm going to have a special message for the young ladies present here today. I want to speak directly to you. I know firsthand that the path can be steeper. You might be told that this field is not for you. I'm here to tell you that's a damn lie. The energy sector needs you. Your intellect, your resilience, and your unique perspectives, those are your superpowers, ladies. No sustainable development can be achieved in any country without half of its population. My advice to you is going to be threefold. I said this morning to my colleagues at the office, because there is a network called Twice for Women Empowerment. And I told them, be technically excellent. Master your craft. Whether it's engineering, finance, law, business, whatever it is, you want to be in a position where they can tell you nothing, because competence is your foundation. Number 2, find your tribe. Seek out mentors, sponsors, both men and women, who will advocate for you. And also, do not forget to pay it forward. Remember to be that sponsor for others when you do rise, and I know you will rise. Last, never, ever apologize for your ambition. The world will try to dim your light. Do not let it. Your vision is essential to building a truly inclusive and prosperous energy future. And by the way, gentlemen, the first 2 points apply equally to all of you. Be technically excellent and find your tribe. I'm going to conclude, because I could stand here and speak to you all afternoon, but we have amazing panels that have been planned. Our project in Uganda was job creation, upwards of 10,000, among which 3,700 are from the host communities. Our investment in the Ugandan's economy so far, upwards of $700 million, is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to move that needle and to create unprecedented economic wealth for the country. And as I mentioned earlier, I am immensely proud of what the TEPU and ECOP teams have already achieved. At Total Energies, we are eager to work alongside you, because this aligns perfectly with our ambition to be a major player in the energy transition and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 together with society. Total Energies is committed to Africa for the long term. We are not just operating here, but we want to grow with Africa, helping the continent realize its full energy potential by investing in its people, by investing in its youth. As a daughter, as a proud daughter of the continent, who's had the privilege of a career that has broken barriers, who's had the privilege to sit in rooms where people generally do not look like me. I live by the following words. If your dreams do not scare you, they are not big enough. What I wish for you is to dream so big that you are scared shitless. I'm sure they'll kill me for swearing here. But that's what I want for you, is to be scared. Because that is the fear that will fuel your ambition and what you will do. Let us move together from awareness to action, from ambition to achievement. Thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you a productive afternoon. Thank you.
Doesn't she deserve another round of applause? Wow, I almost wish your question had been, who will be under 60 by 2030? Because I was feeling as inspired as, but some of age has robbed me of the youth. Thank you so much, Ms. Marian Sav. So, a few things that I heard from her. We can't let the future be designed by those who won't live in it. Isn't that interesting? Some of us here won't be there, so you'd better start getting designing, and we've already spoiled some things for you. You aren't just stakeholders, but the architects of our future. And how I was inspired by the last one, to the ladies, be technically excellent. Find your tribe and never apologize for your ambitions. In fact, dream so big that your dreams scare you. Thank you very much. What an inspiring keynote speech. And I hope, ladies and gentlemen, yes, indeed, that you're using our hashtags, African Youth in Energy, acting for social impact, and creating shared value. Use them, spread the word, share what you're learning. At this point, we'd like to go into our first panel for the afternoon, and this panel shall be moderated by Anita Kayongo and 4 interesting panelists. Their profiles are as long as they are varied. So our dear panelists, please allow me to abbreviate a bit of your great work. Our first panelist is Mr. Peter Mulisa, who is the General Counsel at Uganda National Oil Company Limited, UNOC. And as I call your name, and Ms. Kayongo, you're welcome to join us. So Mr. Peter Mulisa leads the corporate governance function and has played a foundational role in structuring UNOC, the Uganda National Oil Company, since its inception. He's a lawyer. He has an LLM in petroleum taxation and finance from the University of Dundee. Welcome, Mr. Mulisa. Our second panelist is from Namibia. She's a Namibian-born lawyer, Justina Erastus. She's the founder and convener of the Youth in Oil and Gas Summit, which is a platform that empowers young people to actively participate in the energy sector. Welcome her with me. Yes, welcome from down south. Yes. Our third panelist, Zion, Mr. Zion Okama, a seasoned energy economist with over 15 years expertise in energy policy, regulation, pricing, energy project development, and he's a certified expert in renewable energy and climate finance. This is Mr. Okama. You're very welcome. And our final panelist on this first panel is Ms. Esther Ninsima. She's a geologist, specifically a reservoir geologist at the Petroleum Authority in Uganda, with expertise in petroleum geosciences. And her BSc is in petroleum geosciences and production from our very own Makerere. Please welcome her. Ms. Kayongo, over to you.
Our panelists, that's you. You don't believe you're change makers? You won't be here? All right, as we get into business, I would like to start by reflecting on a few highlights. Mariam's speech had a lot of punchlines, and I know that Rachel did a good job of highlighting the key ones, and I just wanted to supplement that by starting with about 3 of them. In her speech, she said the energy transition is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Your ideas, passion, and commitment are needed now more than ever. The second one I wish for us to reflect on is the youth are not just the future, but the architects of today's solutions. Your voices, actions are essential for Uganda's sustainable progress. And the third, Total Energies and partners are investing in your growth from education and training to real opportunities across the value chain. And our hope is that you are embracing, you're ready to sit on this bus and ride with us. So let's channel that inspiration into our into our panels and discuss what's at stake. How can you lead Uganda's energy transition? Where are the real opportunities for young professionals in oil, gas, and renewables? And what can we learn from global success stories? Those are the questions that our panel composition today is going to try and answer. So let me take this opportunity to start with government represented through the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. And to you, my first question is, what strategy does PAU have in place to enhance youth participation in Uganda's petroleum sector now and beyond first oil? Because frankly, we are in the development phase and we are almost wrapping it up. What lies beyond that from government point of view?
All right, thank you very much, Anita. Once again, my name is Esther Ninsima, and I'm a reservoir geologist at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. So looking at the journey that we've moved so far, this is 2025, and we are looking at first oil in 2026. Definitely, as a government, we are looking at how do we empower the youth now to move beyond the first oil into the production phase and later on. So as the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, we are mandated with regulating and monitoring the oil and gas operation. And this does not only look at the operations in the field, the drilling, the construction activities and all that. So we come back and we focus on how do we empower the youth, how do we empower our population, how do we empower our Ugandan enterprises to benefit from the oil and gas sector. So we have come up with various digital tools. All of them have been on, but for the young generation with us here today, maybe some of you are not aware, others, these are going to come in as reminders. So we have, among the digital tools, we have the National Oil and Gas Talent Register, and this is a centralized platform for skilled youth who have a contribution they could make to the sector. So this one gathers the youth. You register with your names, with your details, your professions, your qualification, and then it is used by the companies that are having contracts, the licensees, the contractors to recruit. So we encourage the companies to utilize the NOGTR to do your recruitments from there, so that these young people also benefit from it in that kind of way. Then on the side of enterprise development, we have the NSD, the National Supplier Database. So this is a requirement for any Ugandan company that would like to provide goods, services to supply the contractors on the project. So with this, the companies register with what kind of goods and services that they would like to deliver, and it's a mandatory requirement for any company to in fact earn a contract. Then in addition to that, we have our digital platforms. As the PAU, we have a website that you can look up, www.pau@go.ug. Then we have digital platforms like on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Instagram. So these ones are to relay information to the youth. So through this, you can be able to continuously follow up on the current updates on the projects, also for opportunities for the students, fresh graduates who would like to join. So you may pick interest in looking this up and following them. Then in addition, as government, we have skills development and capacity building. So under this, government has come in to shape the curricula for different universities. So we had the PAU participating in improving the curriculum for Nkumba University, for UCU, for UPIC, to ensure that the skills and the knowledge that students are attaining are what is fit for the industry. Then in addition to that, we ensure that youth acquire globally competitive skills, because when we train, even if you're trained in Uganda, we do not expect you to be set to only work in country. So we hope that the skills you acquire, even though trained in country, you should be able to compete and work globally. Then in addition to that, we have vocational training support. So government encourages companies to equip and sponsor the vocational training institutes that we have in country. We have had Total, thankfully, supporting UPIC, training their trainers who are now better suited to train the students. So that government supports that so much. Then we have, in addition to that, we also have skills dialogues and coordination. Here we have the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Uganda, which with support of government organizes quarterly engagements from which students have benefited. They get to know which relevant skills are needed, what are the current updates, and how they can be helped to join the sector. Then we also have cross-sector skills. We encourage trainings that are designed to be transferable from the oil and gas sector today and into other fields in future. For example, we have had so many people training in welding. Those welders are working on the ECOP, also on sites, in the drilling operations. But you realize these are skills that not only apply to the oil and gas sector, but can be transferred to other industrial sectors today if they like, and also in future. Then in addition to that, under cross-sector skills, the government facilitates field visits. We have had several groups, even of students from universities, from other corporations, applying to visit the oil and gas sites through the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. And when the visit is approved, definitely, which we always do, we give you people to guide you throughout the visit, and you get to learn about the current progress of the projects. Then in addition to that, we are having strategic interventions for sustainability. So here, government is coming in to have a review of so far the national content progress that we have had. We have had people being trained, we have had our companies participating, but how can we make it even better for them going into the future? So we are doing a baseline survey and capacity needs analysis. There is a study that has been going on and is yet to be concluded. So with this, we want to know, so far, Makerere has been training students since 2019 to date. Then Mbarara University came in and is also offering oil and gas training. Chambogo University is doing the same. But when we come to the employment status right now, we have had some of us employed already. We have others still seeking opportunities in different fields. Some are geologists, others are engineers, reservoir drilling, completions, economists. But then the study is going to have an output of knowing how many people so far have been employed, what is their technical expertise, and what more, where are the gaps? In which areas do we still need more training? So that will be addressed with the baseline survey and capacity needs analysis. Then we have technology transfer and joint ventures. So this is under the enterprise development, where we have Ugandan companies encouraged to form joint ventures with international companies. If they need to do work on the oil and gas projects, we always encourage that. You realize that as a country, we may not have expertise in some of the areas, but the companies are always encouraged to form joint venture partners, to form joint ventures with other international companies, and this helps to transfer the skills and knowledge from the international company to the Ugandans that they work with on those projects. We also have community development and livelihood restoration. In this, we have had the government coming in to empower people from the project affected areas. We have, for example, in Tilenga, we have had 876 youth trained in vocational disciplines, and an additional 400 are benefiting from community projects. Then under the Kingfisher project, we have had 150 youth trained in phase 1, and there is an upcoming phase 2 which targets to train 200 youth and more. Then we also have under the ECO project, we have had 1,022 youth trained so far out of the target of 1,720. Then under the long-term vision, here we have, government is building a sustainable talent pipeline where we are preparing the youth for opportunities both today and in the future. We encourage youth to develop skills that are diverse, that can apply both in the oil and gas sector and in the green energy sector. So that's how I can briefly put it, Anita. Thank you.
Thank you. Nizo. Thank you so much, Esther, for that comprehensive sharing on the government's initiatives towards the youth participation and development. And I had a second question, but luckily for you, you were able to join it on the first. So it was to do with sustainability, and you have answered that. So thank you so much. We promised our audience today that we are moving from awareness to actions, and she has mentioned a couple of ways where you can involve yourself in the sector, where you can prepare yourself. So I think for me, one of the quick wins would be the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. And I know that we have representation from the Petroleum Authority, starting with the registration. That is the easiest win. That could be a takeaway for you from here. Finding out how you can become part of this register, and then from that, I'm sure all the initiatives that she has mentioned are therein, or you'll get more information from the representative initiatives on ground. So we thank you so much for that sharing. Allow me to go to our second panelist, Peter Mulisa, from Uganda National Oil Company. Welcome, Peter. Could we have a microphone replaced, please?
Thank you.
So Uganda National Oil Company is part of the joint venture partners to include CNOOC and Total Energies. And we've done so much together. However, today, I would like to speak to your role in the just energy transition, not just for Uganda, but for Africa. You have been one of the leading voices in advocating for Uganda's rights to develop its natural resources. What has been your experience, and why should the youth aspire to this path in view of the country's energy transition journey?
Thank you so much, Anita. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Mulisa, as introduced. Thank you, Marianne, for a fantastic keynote. I think after she spoke, I told Anita we can wrap it up and just leave. The conference is done. She said everything that needed to be said. But before I tackle the question, Marianne said something that I felt I should add. I should emphasize. She said, you must lead. She said many fantastic things, but as young people, you must aspire to lead. And to lead in the industry, but also to lead elsewhere, in business, in politics, in other places. But I wanted to add just a little component to that statement, that we must aspire to lead with knowledge. Okay? So I believe I missed the first conference. It must have equipped us with knowledge. And today we are moving from knowledge to action. But before that's a safe assumption, I believe. But let me just clarify on these 2 points to ensure that everybody is aligned. The baseline is made. 1, what is energy transition that we are talking about? And 2, what's Uganda's energy transition? So it's the global context that is energy transition. And so what's Uganda's? So permit me to bore you a bit, but just to make sure that everybody understands those 2 components. So energy transition is literally moving from one primary source of energy to another in very simplified terms. And as we talk today, the global energy mix, primary energy mix, is 83% driven by petroleum. 83%. It was about 84%, and the last 15 years, 1 decimal point has moved. And so what we aspire is to move from that energy mix to another energy mix. And you will hear green energy, clean energy, fossil fuels, and all this kind of debate. And so, is it the first time the world is experiencing an energy transition? No. It has happened before. We transitioned from biomass to coal, to cleaner coal, and eventually to petroleum. When we map out that history, it took about 100 years to move from one primary source of energy to another. And so it takes time. It takes effort. It takes coordination. It takes industrialization. It takes new technologies. It takes new ways of doing things. If you flipped the energy mix today from 83% petroleum and you switched off the petroleum segment of the energy, of the primary energy mix, civilization as we know it would collapse. industry would collapse. The way we live would collapse. And so there must be a targeted, planned process from where we are at to where we desire to be. So the one thing I wanted to disabuse is that we can transition tomorrow. It's not possible technically and in any other form. So we must have a journey. And so what is the journey that this world has embarked on? And Miriam did speak to it, the Paris Treaty 2015-16. And that sort of set the baseline upon which nations, companies, and global citizens have set targets to move to net zero by 2050. And we know some countries have targets for 2060, 2070. And when countries say, my target, like Miriam said, Total's target is net zero by 2050. What does that exactly mean? I want to go into it, but Total has defined a journey to get to net zero by that time. India has set a journey to get to that target by 2060. Other countries have set targets, and we know the reasons for this movement. And so what is Uganda's energy transition? I want to go into it, but Uganda equally has set targets. It has a timeline, and as young Ugandans, you must understand that journey and aim to be part of it, to contribute to it, or to challenge it. So back to the question, Anita. I apologize for the preamble. Back to what we've done in Uganda. And most of you, I want to thank the youth, I want to thank SPE, I want to thank Makere MPG. You've been with us as we did defend what we are trying to do in Uganda to develop our resources. So I want to thank you for joining us. I used to speak to my team at UNOC, and I said we must equip the youth with knowledge so they address these issues from a point of understanding. Why is Uganda developing oil and gas as a resource? And how are we doing it in comparison to how it is done elsewhere? So we are developing this resource because Uganda is, first of all, economically poor. 2, it is energy poor. So we must address those 2 points of poverty. And how do we address them? We address them with every resource available to us, including developing petroleum products. But as a country, we said, well, we have a right under international law, under our laws, and morally to develop our resources. But how do we develop them? So we decided that we would develop these resources responsibly. We set up policy and laws that allow us to develop these resources to the cleanest point that they can be. And without boring you with the details, when you produce a barrel and you measure the carbon dioxide CO2 emission per barrel, Uganda has the 2nd lowest per barrel emission in the world. And there are many interventions that we have taken. So we are doing it right to address energy poverty and real economic poverty. And by doing this, we are able to show the world that you can develop your resources, to develop your people, but do it in a manner that is responsible. But we've gone beyond that. And what we have done is that we are doing everything at UNOC, working with our colleagues in Total and SINOC, to ensure that even that 13.3 kilograms of carbon dioxide per barrel that we are producing is further reduced. And we are planting trees. We are working on LPG to replace firewood and charcoal to ensure that there is clean cooking. And this resource not only helps us to project our country economically, but also to deal with our biggest emission source, which is cutting of our forests. So that is how we have addressed this issue. We had challenges from the EU Parliament. Most of you participated in our fight against that. There was a lot of misinformation. And what we have advised the youth and what we have done is to ensure that we provide sufficient information to ensure that our right to develop our resources is properly explained but correctly justified. I thank you.
Thank you, Peter. A hand clap for Peter. I wish to thank you especially for the preamble to the transition journey, the energy transition, because I think that also further augments our objective for today, why we are all seated here today, the youth in energy, and that energy journey is the transition journey. Peter, you mentioned something very important for us all here, and that has been in the middle of this transition journey, and that is the information aspect. Peter mentioned that we should transition with knowledge. I think that is very, very important. Why? Because when you look back from the position of the debate where we are being told not to develop the resources because we need to move to the new energies, you will find that most of the information that is being circulated is one-sided. It has not been a balanced debate. And the youth, you have been at the center of this. So how do you take steps to make sure that you are accessing the opposite information to be able to create a balanced debate? You have been exposed to a lot of negative information about the sector, and a doomsday conspiracy has been preached. But I know that each and every one of us can be able to purposefully, deliberately seek information and try to understand what is the debate. Is it a balanced debate? Can I deliberately go out to seek information and find out what is the other side of the story so that I can make an informed judgment? For me, that is the core of Peter's delivery, and it's something that each and every one of us can take on as a mission here today. Whatever you're being exposed to, always try to inform yourself on the alternatives so that you're able to make an informed view, a balanced view. So, Peter, now that we've spoken about the, being knowledgeable and deliberately seeking out this information to be able to make informed decisions, in what ways, and I know that you mentioned them in your first delivery, but I just want you to highlight briefly in what ways can the youth position themselves to be at the center of these efforts towards a just energy transition as it develops?
So thank you. So having understood, I think the key point is to first understand the transition. Understand where the world is at. And in reality, we won't have one transition. There are going to be transitions that, even for different industries. The transition for oil and gas is going to be different from the transition of agriculture, from the transition for Europe, North America, or what we call the OECD is going to be different from that for the global south. And there will be different transitions. But the key thing is because of the climate challenges that we face, transition is going to happen. That's a key point. And so you must first of all understand where we are at on the transition. Having understood that, where does the place of your residence sit in this whole global journey? And having understood that, then you find a mechanism to position yourself. Because this is where opportunity is. And as young people, I'll tell you, not all of you are going to be employed in the oil and gas sector. That's a fact. Not all of you are even going to be employed. Some of you are going to be in business. Some of you are going to be employers. Some of you are going to be employed. Others are going to join politics. But in all these areas of practice, energy transition knowledge, positioning is still relevant. And let me tell you why it is relevant. Today, because money does open interest quite quickly. Today, when we look at investment in different elements of energy transition, be it technology development, be it investment in alternative energies, be it deployment of all sorts of research, it's a significant sum of money that is being invested. So what does that mean? It means there's opportunity for business, there's opportunity for employment, there's opportunity for research, there's opportunity for joint venturing, and there's opportunity. So as a young person, you must be part of this shift in the economy. You must be part of this shift in the global structure, the global movement of finances, both in Uganda and beyond Uganda. You will not be part of it if you don't understand it. So I go back to the point of knowledge. There is significant information online, reports by the UN, the treaty that was signed in Paris, all these elements that give you the basis of knowledge. And then how do you become part of that? Whether it's through planting of trees, through participation in the generation of energies, you must position yourself in those areas. I think by my last check, there's about $4 billion being invested in this segment nearly every year. In the next 20 years, we expect investment in Africa of upwards of $1 billion in transition-related businesses and interests. So you must position yourself. So as young people, all I can tell you is you need to understand the energy transition. You need to identify where the opportunities are, and you need to position yourself to be part of those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Another hand clap for Peter. Thank you so much. So speaking about the transition, as you may be aware, Total Energies is a player across the value chain, right from the upstream, midstream, downstream, and now as we transition to the renewables energy story. With us is Mr. Zion Okama. He leads our renewable energies initiatives at Total Energies EP Uganda. And Zion, I would like to come to you specifically for this conference. We promised the youth that as much as we're going to share information, we are also going to share opportunities. It was one of the requests or the feedback that came from the first conference. So Zion, looking at the various renewable energy projects Total Energies is undertaking in Uganda, what can the youth look forward to in terms of opportunities during the transition journey in Uganda?
Thank you, Anita. And maybe I'll also borrow a leaf from what Peter had a preamble that unpacked how the energy transition is unwrapping. I will also ask Anita that you permit me to give some background and context on how Total Energies is unrolling their renewables agenda in relation to achieving our net zero ambition target of 2050 to achieve neutrality. So you might all be aware that Total Energies is an oil and gas giant, over 100 years old. We celebrated our centenary last year. And over the course of the last 30 years, with the global agenda around climate change, Total Energies recognized that oil, one, is a finite resource, and we need to transition away from oil to ensure that we achieve our sustainability goals in rolling back the adverse effects of climate change. So as a company dedicated to sustainability, we identified renewables as one of the levers that can support this shift towards net zero. So 2020, we did a whole global rollout of a renewables framework, and we set some very ambitious targets of achieving installed capacity across renewable technologies of 100 gigawatts by 2030. And this is in over the 130 geographies that we operate in. Locally here in Uganda, we set an ambitious target also of 1 gigawatt. That we actually enshrined that in an MOU with the government of Uganda in 2022, along on the sidelines of the FID announcement for the Tilenga project. So what this means is that Total Energies, as an energy company, recognizes that we can be an energy partner for Uganda in achieving their energy goals. And the speakers here have talked about knowledge. And maybe if I ask by show of hands, how many of the youth here know that Uganda has an energy transition plan? So clearly some of this information is not, I don't know if it's an issue from GOE side, but also the youth, you need to be inquisitive for knowledge. So this energy transition plan has a whole schedule in terms of initiatives that need to be rolled out, what kind of targets are set out therein. So I would ask that you interest yourselves in this kind of policy documents that can also give you an insight in terms of where do you position yourself, what opportunities are available. And this will also be very critical to your own benefit. So our renewables agenda is to achieve 100 gigawatts globally by 2030. Locally here, we understood that Uganda is a hydro country, and in the key remarks by Miriam, she mentioned that we acquired a 28.3% stake in Bujagali hydropower plant. Bujagali, not only for Total, but for many Africans, is the crown jewel. It's a 250 megawatt of pure excellence on the Nile. In sub-Saharan Africa, it is the largest independent hydropower plant. So you can see in terms of scale and in terms of excellence, we are fortunate to have this asset in Uganda. We acquired 28.3% because we recognize and we appreciate that Uganda is blessed with the power of the Nile, and we have a responsibility to GOE to support them in their strategic and flagship projects. We also acquired a 10 megawatt solar power plant in Soroti. This was the pioneer solar power plant. We held a 30% stake until 2023, where we exercise our full rights to 100%. And why I mentioned these two operational assets is to point out to you, the youth, and if you're a student, you're local, a Ugandan here, educated here, working in Uganda and hoping to have an opportunity in renewables in Uganda, these two operational assets that we hold, a 10 megawatt in Soroti and a stake in the Bujagali, are a testament that if you are Ugandan, you can work in the renewable energy space. In Soroti, we have a team of 4, and these are local Ugandan engineers educated in Makerere University, in Chambogo, in Deje, in all these tertiary institutions. And they have been operating this plant since 2016. It's one of the best operated plants with no hiccup. So for you who are, if you're in engineering or you're taking up a discipline on HSE, this is a clear testament that there are real jobs in renewables, in solar plants for you. Then if I talk about Bujagali, we have currently the workforce is approximately 60 people, of whom all except 2 are Ugandan. Bujagali, commissioned in 2022, has been operated and run by Ugandans for the last 15 years. These Ugandans are trained in Ugandan universities and have built experience in country here. And so this, for you, should be an encouragement that as you study and whatever endeavors you have, there are real jobs in renewable assets that you can actually dive into. And from my side, of course, to the youth, how do you prepare for some of these opportunities? In Mariam's key remarks, she mentioned that we are also developing, we have a pipeline of 40 megawatts. 40 megawatts of solar across 2 sites. One site is in Uganda, and one site is in Tororo. So in terms of scheduling and planning, we hope to bring these assets to what we would typically call construction start sometime in Q4 of next year. So Q4 of next year means that between now and the end of next year, there are opportunities for youth to be deployed in the construction of these 2 sites. Now, what is critical, solar assets are unique to the extent that you have a peak of labor intensity during construction. Then once we achieve commercial operations, then we have a decline. But to the youth, the guarantee I can say is during the phase of construction, we anticipate to have on either side approximately 150 Ugandans. 150 Ugandans dedicated to across the vocational disciplines, electrical, mechanical, civil installations. So if you're an electrical engineer or even electrical technician, there are opportunities for you during the construction phase. If you're a machine operator, there are opportunities for during earthworks, civil works. And I will ask another question to the youth. How many of you know that Creek at Makerere University has a solar technician program that certifies solar technicians for solar installations? So this is some of the information that the youth, I would encourage you to have it at your fingertips. If you want to work on a solar PV plant as an installer, it would be very helpful that you hold this kind of certification. So back to Anita's question, yes, we do have opportunities for the youth in terms of employment and career development. And I would urge the youth to make sure that you are open ready when these opportunities materialize. Thank you.
Thank you, Zion. One of the punchlines in your delivery was that there are jobs and they are real. Of course, that's good news for us. It should be. As we are saying that currently we are in the development phase and this is the peak in the oil and gas, and soon we might be seeing a gradual shift downwards. So to know that we can again be elevated with the renewables sector, then it's good news indeed. But we know that even with that, it may not be enough. Like I think it is Peter who said that some of us might be employed directly, but some of us may not be. And I think I felt the room go cold because that almost sounded like unemployment. However, he said it's because some of us are going to be entrepreneurs, we are business leaders. So Zion, in line with that, how can youth position themselves to innovate for the renewable sector? Because we do not only have job seekers, but we also want to have people who are going to think solutions like the video that we saw in Sustainable delivered by Brenda Amanda. Are there examples of where the youth have, thrived in the renewable sector already and are creating solutions?
Thank you, Anita. I think there are very many key testimonials on youth leading groundbreaking AI interventions and innovations across renewables. Locally here, what comes to mind easily is that what I recognize, and if you can let me know if you disagree, the key thematic areas when you talk of energy transition in Uganda right now are around the areas of e-mobility, clean cooking, and energy efficiency. So for the youth who are looking at growing or developing a career in energy transition, these are key areas that there's a huge spotlight and a huge focus on them. Having a huge focus on them means that you have more practitioners in that space. You're able to form wider partnerships. You're able to attract or crowd in more financing. You're able to synergize with your fellow youth on possible on possible solutions. In e-mobility, what I can say, and these are direct interventions by Total Energies. A couple of years ago, we sponsored a hackathon that supported the youth to come up with an AI-driven solution that helps geolocate areas within Kampala that can support charging infrastructure for e-mobility. It is critical because the current infrastructure that we have in Kampala, electricity infrastructure network, not at every node can you plug in a high voltage charger. Not at every node can you do a battery swapping. Not at every node can you even charging a two-wheeler. So we supported that initiative. We had a hackathon. It was well received by the youth, and we identified 3 winners. Of course, first place, second place, and third place. And I think for the last 12 months, they have been trying to fine-tune their prototypes to take them to market. So AI, ICT, and data analytics is a key area for the youth. I think the youth are living in a time where there's it's an era of they call it big data, Internet of Things, and you have access to all this information. You have access to information, you have machine learning, you have AI that is able to support you in coming up with some of these predictive models. So I would encourage you in areas of e-mobility, if you want to see how do you plug in to support charging infrastructure, how do you plug in to support, I've seen an app where if you're a border rider on your two-wheeler, you're able to log in and see where you can get the nearest point to do battery swapping. So these are interventions that should appeal to the youth. Total Energies, right now we have deployed a charge point at our service station in Wampeo. The charge point is for public charging, but at the moment it does not bill. So there's also an opportunity for the youth to come up with applications that can support the back end. If you want to optimize it for a local situation, how can I go to a charge point and pay using mobile money? How can I go to a charge point and pay using our local forms of currency? So these are opportunities for the youth to take seriously, to look at how you can seek partnerships. And the good thing is that we are slightly behind the curve. So some of these technologies have been done in other jurisdictions. So I would encourage you to see how can you form partnerships, how can you tap into that, and build yourselves. The key examples I can give of the youth, we have, I've seen EB outside there. They're a bicycle company that does, it's a bicycle with a battery pack. And it's unique in the sense that you can unmount the battery pack and charge it. Now, there's also another player in the market who, and it's a startup that by someone as youthful as yourselves. It's called Kara, also in the e-bicycle space. So there are examples that you can look at as models and encourage yourselves to take it to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zion. And if there is anything for you to go by, remember the video, The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind. There are challenges around you. You have to look. I know that each and every one of us can play a part, either directly or supporting the industry, but there is always something that you can do as an individual to identify a solution you can bring to a challenge or to be part of the people that are creating solutions. And Zion has just shared a couple of examples where we have youth-led initiatives transforming our energy or being part of a big part of our energy transition journey. Last but not least, saved her for the for the last, Justina. Justina brings with us an international perspective, as you heard from her introductions by Rachel, our moderator. And Justina, I think going by the fact that we have an array of stakeholders here, from the youth to government, policymakers, academicians, etc. And also coupled with the experience, you've been on a couple of international youth panels, conferences, attended youth conferences, but also major conferences on oil and gas and the renewables. Could you share with us how international partnerships support capacity building and career development for youth in the sector?
Thank you so much. That's Mike. Thank you so much. Firstly, I'd just like to again introduce myself. My name is Justina Erastus. I am under 30, and I'm from Namibia. And this is my first time in Uganda, and it is beautiful. That's beautiful. And so a little background on myself. I am a lawyer in training, and I so happened to stumble into the energy sector only 24 months ago. That's 2 years ago. So, and I have taken the opportunity, every opportunity that I've gotten with both hands, and I ran with it. And I'm in Uganda today. And I hope to spark some inspiration, make some great connections, and just drive the energy transition forward. So I founded, myself and my team, we founded the Youth in Oil and Gas Summit. So it's a nonprofit convening platform, which means annually we meet once a year, and then we have a conference, but it's the youth side of energy. So Namibia, much like Uganda, very similar, has made a lot of exciting discoveries, and we are yet to make FID, Total. So, but what does that mean for young people? Our population is also very much triangular, very youthful. 72% of our youth under 35. So what does that mean for us? Where do we play a role? And so initially what we wanted to do was just have a single panel, just a fireside chat, and just discuss and understand oil and gas from grassroots level. And we are talking to young people in a manner that they understand, because oil and gas can be very much experts throwing around big words, and you're just sitting there, and nobody's actually, translating in a way that you understand, right? And so, having been privileged to really attend a lot of great oil and gas conferences, I was always either the youngest in the room or unqualified. So I decided, listen, let's have conversation among ourselves as young people so that we can understand. That way, when we have the knowledge, then we know how to position ourselves, right? And I always try and encourage young people not to wait on government to bring you the job opportunities, but rather for you to take a proactive step and then go to government and say, listen, I have this little project, how can government assist me? Meet halfway. And so that is really what the Youth in Oil and Gas Summit is. We had our second edition very recently in July, and next year we'll have our third edition. And if any one of you have just one thing to take away from this conference, is to build your own platforms. Don't wait for people to build the platforms that speak about your problems, because your problems are personal to you. Like the boy who harnessed wind, he saw an opportunity in his community and he solved it. So young Africans, we must become innovators and problem solvers. That's the only way to the front. Right, sorry. Great, so my question was on international partnerships.
How have you seen those try to come up and support the capacity building and career development of the youth?
So, whether in country or partnerships between countries, let me start by speaking from the youth perspective, a Youth in Oil and Gas Summit, for us to have successfully taken the platform to an international standard, it really needed a lot of collaboration between the youth and then also institution and government as well. Because you cannot function in silos. Collaboration is important. Now, international. Uganda has successfully, let's say, done well in a certain aspect that Namibia can learn from. I always like to compare Namibia to Guyana. Population is almost the same, but Guyana has successfully become an oil-producing country. And that's what I aspire my country to also become. And because Namibia and Uganda is also very similar, we can also learn a lot from Uganda. So why don't we make strategic partnerships with their universities? Why don't we learn or connect with their youth? And how do you guys start your businesses and how do you run them successfully? How about Namibian, our NOC is called NAMCO, and this is UNOC. See, I'm learning. Every day you gotta learn something. So strategic partnerships is very important in terms of information, education sharing, because what Uganda has successfully been good at, Namibia can learn from. From a youth perspective, as young people, we're sitting in a room, we're looking for opportunities. We're always trying to see where can I go and how can I be the first to do something great. It comes with partnerships, strategic partnerships. I did have a lot of notes, but I see myself already running off here. So international partnerships are important. And this is also, it makes sense for energy or any other industry. It can be agriculture, it can be finance. Partnerships are the way. It benefits especially for skills transfer and as well as pairing with professional institutions. And it brings about investment, training, mentorship, and most importantly, we learn from the international best practices globally. So yes, for any institution, any platform, and also I kind of speak for the young people in the room because I think we've heard from government, and then I'm the youth representatives. Wherever you go, try and learn as much from whoever, because the one thing my mentor has once told me is if you want to walk, go far, you go alone, go further, you go together. Yeah, sustainable partnerships is important in that regard.
Thank you, Justina. How powerful. If there are just three takeaways that you would like to share with our audience today, and that's predominantly the youth, what would that be?
So most of what I've prepared, honestly, it doesn't even beat what my panelists have shared. This is such a powerful panel, and also what Marianne also shared. My goodness, what a powerful, can we please give her a round of applause? I love being in close proximity to such powerful women. I know that I will take something and I will further share it. You are paying it forward, and we will do the same. 3 things that I can really just encourage young people to sorry, I lost the question. 3 takeaways. Okay, the first one is to become innovators, right? The best way to get into the room is to knock on the door and to make sure you don't wait for the opportunity to come to you, but you become innovative, you solve problems in your community, and then I think become a problem solver and innovator. Secondly, be really good at what you do. What Miriam also shared was very important. As young women, we are trying to take up space in an industry that is predominantly male dominated. And so the question is always going to be, are you good enough? Are you qualified enough? You are recently graduated. You don't have the experience. But how do you mitigate such factors that are true? How do you mitigate that? So you become really good at what you do. If you are going to pursue a field in law, you make sure, or you at least set a target to be the best energy lawyer your country has ever seen. And then you pursue that goal relentlessly. If you're going to do finance, even if you're going to do communications, a lot of questions that I receive through the summit is, I'm in arts and culture, I'm a creative. Do I have a space or a spot in oil and gas? Yes, because companies need to communicate and the times are changing. So we need to kind of change the way we also communicate from traditional to more digital. Incorporate AI, right? Be with the times. So first, become problem solvers, innovators, and then secondly, be really good at what you do. Lastly, I would just say have a strong sense of belief. Have find your, and I'm so sorry, I'm leeching off of Miriam's points, but they're so good. I would say have a strong sense of belief, have a good faith system, believe in God, because I think He makes all things possible. I don't think we can really, as a continent, go anywhere if we don't have, it's by His grace. So I would just like to thank all the young people that came out. And I know I blabbed a lot. It's just because I'm nervous. But I hope we can connect afterwards and then see how both Uganda and Namibia can create partnerships that take our continent further. And also, we got to drill. We have to go for every last drop of hydrocarbon in this continent. We have to make energy poverty history. Where I'm from, my father's village is still in the dark. But I cannot accept somebody telling me that it's better to breathe clean air while I'm in the dark. So let's do that in a sustainable way. Let's make energy poverty history in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justina. What a powerful ending. Let's make energy poverty history in the world and on the continent practically. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, Justina for me is a true reflection of what I was in Mariam's speech. The youth are not just the future, but the architects of today's solutions. Your voices and actions are essential for Uganda's sustainable progress. She's from Namibia, and we are borrowing on what she has learned, what she has experienced, what she has brought to build on our skills, to build on our knowledge, to build on our capabilities, but also get inspired. Indeed, the energy transition is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So your ideas, your passion, and commitment are needed now more than ever. And that is what Justina has just showcased to us by her delivery. Thank you so much. Another hand clap for Justina. Thank you. With that, we come to the end of this panel. I know it's been quite a bit long, but I hope it's been one where you've had something to learn. And the panel is now open. Do you have some questions? We will take a question, I think about 2 questions.
And one person already came to whisper in my ear. So we have a second panel, and that shall be a lot more interactive. So hold your question. So I'll take his question since he came to whisper in my ear, and her question. So I see you, Mbalaba, panel 2. So keep your question short. No time for speeches. Who are you? You are of where? What is your question? We'll take the ones at the back in panel 2. So we'll prioritize the back in panel 2. We'll just take these ones now. Yeah.
Yes, all right. A good evening, stroke afternoon to you all. We have to drill every hydrocarbon drop on the continent. Yes, we are the youth in energy. Well, let me go straight to the points. But still, before I go to the points, allow me, please. All right, since I'm having the mic, let me go straight to the point. Well, my first question is, what plan does the government have for us? Because we are seeing the people of the transition, the so-called renewable transition, we are seeing, number one, they are saying that, because I was at one of the conferences and one of the people from the government said that he's expecting by 2030 all the vehicles to be 100% electric. Well, I first looked at him and laughed at him because I was wondering. So number one, for one of the questions is, where is the oil and gas sector going? And where do you expect we, the young people, to go? You are telling us to go into transition, but why are we acquiring the skills? Should we drop the skills that we are acquiring in the oil and gas sector? Please, the question is being addressed to Mr. Kindly, please, I noted the names. Mr. Mulisa, and then Mr. Okama. All right, I think as we continue to engage, we are having more questions, please. I'm forgiving you because we're having little time. Thank you.
Thanks. And Rachel, maybe they could say their name and the university they are coming from or what they are doing currently.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, all right. Since we've not come here to know each other, or to know... okay, let me just introduce myself. My name is Marvin Mugume. I'm pursuing a Bachelor's of Science in Petroleum Geoscience and Production at King Caesar University. Then lastly, you have also reminded me, we are hiring the issue of skilling. And why are all skilling hubs being put in private universities, everything at Makerere? Private universities have students who are ready to acquire the skills, who are ready to learn, and who are willing. Please skill us. Please skill us. Please skill us. We are ready to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruth Nabanja, Chambogo University, oil and gas production. So I would like to first pose a question to the youth. Please give me a vibrant yes or no. Is grazing still crucial? Is grazing still crucial? Grazing, definitely cows. Is it still crucial? Is collecting firewood still crucial? Okay, so we see sustainability for global climate, like first, this question goes to Mr. Melissa, you know. We see sustainability for global climate goals, like first, conservation, clashing with local needs. Could pursuing sustainability in one region shift unsustainability elsewhere, otherwise increasing tension and poverty among the natives? Thank you.
Brilliant questions. I know the questions are many. I see that hand there. The gentleman is about to jump out of his chair. I promise you, the second panel will have a lot more opportunity for us to do that. But we have to meet sometime. And so Anita is saying, I be kind. It is not within my nature to be a kind person, but I see you, you stand up, you know, not you, no, that one in brown vest gentleman. Aya, you also be coming as I am coming to you, we meet in the middle. Mm-hmm.
All right, no long speeches, eh? My name is Paul Pasquale, the president of SPE IUA chapter. I'm doing petroleum engineering. My question goes directly to Mr. Zion from Total Energy. First of all, I would love to appreciate you guys for the insightful values shared. My question is about, in 2023, students have applied on your website for both internship and jobs, students and graduates as well. But there is no any feedback that has been both being positive or negative. So I would love you guys to clarify if there's any other recruitment process that at least we would be aware for, and then we would align ourselves better next time. Thank you so much.
A very specific one there. So over to the panel.
Thank you so much, So let me address the first question from Mr. Mugume. Where is oil and gas headed? What's the future of the skills that we have acquired? And is the oil and gas sector about to end? Two approaches to that question. One, based on history, I'm a lawyer, so history is very key in becoming a lawyer. We must look at the past. Based on the history of energy transitions before, we still have a long way to go with oil and gas as the biggest contributor to the primary energy mix of the world. So it's not ending tomorrow, not in the next 20 years, not in the next 50. It's going to continue. And remember, the target is not to get rid of fossil fuel. The target should not be that. The target should be to attain carbon neutrality. Okay? So we shall have to improve the energy mix of the world. Countries, companies will aim for carbon neutrality. And I can give you specific numbers on the greenhouse gas emissions that we need to deal with, we need to get rid of in real numbers. But there's a book written by a gentleman, I forget his name, but it's called the New Energy Map. It's in Aristoc. It costs a bit of a fortune, so Anita here can sponsor some. But that book does go into detail on the numbers, the excesses that we need to deal with to manage the climate challenges that we are faced with. So we don't have to destroy the petroleum and gas industry. We just have to aim for carbon neutrality, for an energy mix that enables the world to manage our challenges of climate change. So that's one way to deal with it. Second, there is a significant effort at the UN level through International Labour Organization to repurpose the skills that are in the oil and gas sector or the sectors that are going to be affected by the transition. And by repurposing, I mean taking and applying these skills to other industries that are going to emerge out of the transition. So no skill should be left unutilized even when we achieve the transition that we aim for. So you are a reservoir geologist, you are a geologist, you are a petroleum engineer. Those skills should be able to move to other industries that will emerge out of the transition. And there is effort, there is money, there is skilling that is aimed at attaining this at a global level. That is the second approach to this. Ms. Nabanja, sustainability at the global level affecting the local needs. This is what I had spoken to, that sustainability efforts are not going to be uniform. There may be cross-cutting themes, but they cannot be uniform. They must be localized. They must be to address the energy and climate change challenges of a particular country, a particular locality, a particular place. So yes, whereas we borrow from sustainability parameters that are global, we must apply them locally. We must localize them. What do I mean? In Africa, as Miriam said, our contribution is to the global house gas emissions is about 3.8%. Let's even say it's 4%. So it's very negligible. But as the climate is impacted, we shall suffer the most. And Miriam did say that. But what does that mean? It means when we have longer droughts, our farmers will be impacted. They will harvest less, there will be lack of food, and that will cause migration, and there will be challenges. So we must aim in Africa to deal with climate resilience projects and processes that are localized, that deal with our local situations. So our sustainability program as a country, as a local government, must deal with the challenges that are local, that are present, anticipated, and likely. And so that is probably at the highest level, the best way I can address that question. But yes, I agree that if we copy and paste everything at the global level and apply at the local, in the local scene, we'll make mistakes, we'll not address the issues that we need to address, and we'll create challenges that will affect harmony and existence of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mugume. I believe the question was in relation to what the future of oil and gas is. And maybe the first thing I can say is we are all in agreement that one of the biggest threats in our current time is climate change. So all these initiatives and this discussion around energy transition is to see how do we roll back the adverse effects of climate change through mitigation and adaptation. Our VP mentioned that we need to ensure that our oil and gas activities do not compromise our targets for climate change. We've mentioned severally that we have a net zero ambition, and what we intend to do is to do oil and gas exploration sustainably. I can give you an example of how oil and gas and the just energy transition complement each other. She mentioned we're doing an LPG bottling plant in Tilenga. Uganda is consuming 80% of your primary energy sources from biomass, and that is across households and commercial industry use. So you find factories that have thermal applications are using firewood, are using biomass, are using coffee husks. In your different domestic households, you're possibly using firewood, charcoal, and all these other non-clean forms of energy. So what the LPG project is doing, which is LPG, a derivative of oil and gas, it is going to provide a cleaner form of energy for cooking and industrial applications. So this is an example of how oil and gas complements the just energy transition. I can also say that we are not saying that we shall completely get rid of oil and gas. We are saying that how do we reduce our emissions in scope 1, in how we operate our assets, how do we reduce our emissions in our products. In Uganda here, and it's not new to Total Energies, we are going to pilot biofuel blending for petroleum products. So the current framework allows blending of petroleum products up to 30%. And this is a direct, it's in terms of order of magnitude, if you blend up to 30%, you're able to reduce emissions by 30%. So Total Energies, through our downstream marketing and services affiliates, is going to pilot blending of biofuels. That is biodiesel for the diesel products and bioethanol for the petroleum product. So this is also another initiative. The question you'd ask is, in terms of volume, we are reducing up to 70% the volume of petroleum products we're selling, but we recognize that we have a responsibility to Uganda and and globally we have a responsibility as a sustainable company to ensure that our products do not increase emissions but reduce emissions. So these are interventions that we're doing to ensure that we have a future for you and your children. Then in relation to, there's a question that was asked about applications. I believe we have a booth outside. I don't have an exact answer, but we have a booth outside with some representatives from HR. What I can recommend is that after this, we can have a sidebar. Maybe we can have a bilateral, and we can see how we can support you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zion, and thank you so much to our panelists. I've been informed that I was doing well until I failed at time management, so we need to end this panel here, and I'm going to hand over back to Rachel. But as we close, again, I would like to thank our panelists very, very much for your contributions, for the interactions, and to our friends in the audience, I hope you've been able to pick up something. I hope you're inspired to act, to innovate, to lead, or to be part of this transition journey. And we forgot to mention that we have our audience online that's following. Please be part of that, the conversation. Share your feedback in the, via text. We are looking at that section, the messaging, the texting section. We should be able to cover some of your feedback in this conference. We thank you so much for joining us. And to the audience, thank you for being such a wonderful audience. A hand clap to both yourselves and the panelists. Thank you so much. I've been Anita Kayongo, Corporate Affairs, Total Energies EP Uganda, your host, and thank you so much. Over to you, Rachel.
All right, and a hand for Anita for chairing this panel. We will ask our panelists to please stand up and move just towards the first step for a quick photo moment. And as they do so, ladies and gentlemen, some people were looking at me with an evil eye because I didn't allow your questions. We promise we'll get what is available. But also, we would also like to remind you that the booths are available, that all these people will be here this evening. Be bold and come and ask them a question that you may have on your heart that you cannot ask publicly. Okay, I hope you're using our hashtags. Our hashtags are still operational. If I can find my list, yes, please send your message, join us on social media. I have a scarf here that belongs to somebody. If it's a donation to me, thank you very much. And I have an identity card for Annette. Elizabeth Adut. Okay. Another round of applause for our panelists as they take their seats. Thank you very much for your expertise, for your knowledge. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, and we have gifts. A gift from Total Energies EP Uganda. These things are important to Anita. Please come and get your gift. Hey, give me eye. Thank you very much, Mariam. Thank you very much, Anita. So, a few reminders that in the exhibition space, we have EB. I know what I am going to them for. I'm going to negotiate for a price reduction of their bicycles, but I want one. There is SPE, if you're not registered as part of your university chapter, or would like to know a little bit more, pass by. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda, that last question was a tough one. We apply, we don't get any feedback, you target them. Q-sourcing, if you don't know what Q-sourcing is, we have somebody on the panel who will explain a little bit more of the opportunities there. Stanbic Bank, another partner in this sector, is there, but at the very least, at least open a bank account. And then, of course, we have the Total Energies booth. So don't forget to pass by there. If you pass by our facilities outside. On your way back, please pass by. So we are going into our second panel, and this second panel shall, we hope, be a lot more involving. So I will co-host it with my former colleague who recently crossed over to the other side. His name is Hagai Matsiko. He is the Total Energies EP, new, very new, External Communications and Public Affairs Coordinator. So would you welcome Hagai? So we were with Hagai in the trenches of journalism, and now he has found opportunities. Yes, and on the panel, by the way, this panel has three important words: innovate, lead, transition. So please welcome with me Dr. Margaret Nagovuma. Dr. Margaret is the Assistant Manager at the Makerere University Technology and Innovation Center. Here she comes. Last month, some of you may have been a part of the Uganda Climate Innovation Hackathon, but I remember your question, why no innovation centers in other universities? Good question, even me, I wonder. We have Ms. Sarah Kirenga. Sandra Kirenga, please welcome her. She's an international development leader with close to 2 decades, not 20 decades of experience. She's with the Private Sector Foundation Uganda and serves as partnership and program coordinator. Welcome. We have Mr. Gideon Chibirige. Mr. Gideon Chibirige, reservoir engineer. Now, serious names. Driving innovation and sustainability at the Tilenga project. Yes, and then our fourth panelist is Mr. Michael Musinguzi. A hand clap for him. He's the regional lead generation specialist. Lead generation, you know what lead generation is? That here, this is the opportunity, go here. This is the person, he's the one generating those leads for jobs and opportunities at Q Sourcing ServTech Group, where he leads business development initiatives across East Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. We'll have some rapid fire questions from Hagai. We will go to the audience, come back to you, and so on and so forth. But welcome, and we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Hello. It's good to be here. Rachel, I think what you didn't talk about is a transition from journalism to... You should have added the word transition.
Okay, Hagai successfully has done energy transition from the journalism newsroom to the corporate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rachel. Can we clap once again for our previous panel? Thanks. I think for me, it was breathtaking, hearing things like AI and how the youth can integrate it in their pursuit of careers in the energy transition, hearing what Total is doing around e-mobility. From Peter Mulisa, the idea that we should target carbon neutrality, but not abandoning a resource that we have that can transform our country. So we are going to be extending these conversations. The panel is going to explore, or the title of the panel is Innovate, Lead, Transition, Youth at the Heart of Uganda's Energy Story. Now, one of the things I'm going to promise you is, Mariam said the youth's voice should not just be abandoned, they should be heard. So I'm going to promise you that you're going to have enough time to ask questions, get our people here to respond. But quickly, I'll start with the Sandra Chirenga from the Private Sector Foundation. Sandra, briefly, what has the Private Sector Foundation been doing around achieving a sustainable energy transition? What are some of the opportunities that you see for young people on this path?
Thank you very much, Hangai, and good evening. I know it's a Friday evening and the majority of you are youth, so I hope we can still have your attention. But maybe before I answer that question, I think this is very important. I'm very encouraged. It's very refreshing to see women taking the lead at such a male-dominated conference. And I think we really need to commend Total Energies because our keynote speaker is a woman. Our MC, moderator was Anita. Then we have Rachel. So it's really, really good. And it just shows that we are already in cooperative inclusiveness and building that. And I really commend Total Energies for setting the tone for this youth conference. I think let's give them a clap for that. So yes, energy transition matters now. Uganda's energy transition is not just environmental. It is also the economic future. A clean and reliable, inclusive system is critical for job creation, industrialization, and climate resilience. And this is very, very important for the youth that are here because the youth make up, I think, 78% below 30. Not so different from Justina's home. So really the majority of our youth are the majority of the population. So at Private Sector Foundation Uganda, we represent businesses. We are an apex institution with about 330 members that represent 3 businesses in trade, manufacturing, ICT, agribusiness, logistics, transport, creative sector, financial services, skills and education, construction. So we are at the intersection of private enterprise, development finance, and inclusive growth. And our role is to really mobilize partnership, but also enable scale. So we have partnered with a number of donors and development partners like GIZ and Endev Uganda to increase energy access by bridging the affordability gap for clean cooking and off-grid. And we have delivered clean energy to underserved areas, you know, the refugee settlements, the host communities in northern Uganda. And we've used a results-based model. What is that? It is a model that rewards companies for performance and impact. And some of our results, 23,000 households have now solar system. Over 190,000 households have improved cooking stoves. And then the companies are incentivized to offer affordable prices to make it accessible for the last mile users. So in terms of the opportunity for the youth, it's very important that energy transition is youth-led for sustainability. And there are youth-led innovations that are emerging. The last mile distribution, that project that I gave an example, you can get startup solar companies that deliver energy kits, home kits, energy home solar kits to areas that large companies would not go to. You know, these are underserved areas, hard to reach areas because of the infrastructure like bad roads. And then digital energy solutions. As the youth, you are so innovative. You can come up with ideas in terms of mobile apps that would, where people in hard to reach areas can order for solar products, but also develop apps that would allow rural households, you know, the low income households, to be able to access solar power in small units because that is what they can afford. They can't buy for a month. So most times they'll buy daily or weekly. And then you can also think of SMS-based platforms that would allow users to generate how much battery is left and how much solar they've generated. And then the third is the circular economic model. You'll ask, what is that? That is recycling and reusing energy products. So recycling and reusing, where you refurbish old solar batteries instead of having them disposed, and then you offer them to low-income houses at lower prices. And then also solar panel repair hubs, where you can repair energy products that, have been disposed of. So the opportunities definitely are there. And maybe just to inform the members that we co-hosted a climate energy forum with Ministry of Finance that secured about 1.6 billion in investment that helped, and that investment is focusing on youth-led innovations and private sector solutions. So the opportunities are there for you. And I think I just want to say an inclusive and sustainable energy transition means we have to move beyond pilots. We have to scale what works. Then we have to align financing with results. And then lastly, we have to make sure that the youth-led innovators and private sector are being engaged in Uganda's energy future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. We will come back to you, but I now quickly want to go to Gideon. Gideon, when Erastus, Justina said that we should drill, we should make energy poverty history, there was, young people were clapping. From your, and I'm asking this because you interact with young people a lot as the chairperson of the SPE. What kind of pathways do you see for young people in the practical sense in terms of tapping into opportunities in the energy sector in this energy transition journey?
Now, thank you very much. It's a very nice question. And I also want to, first of all, thank you all for being here. I think this is going to be a very interesting discussion because now we're getting to the practicalities. So maybe let me start by going back a little bit into what are we talking about here, or who are we talking about? When you talk about the youth, who is the youth? And when we talk about the future, who is the future? Because when we were young, they were saying there is a future. Even today, they're also saying there is a future. So maybe some people don't know that they are currently the future, or the future is now, So I think they look at the word youth, the word future, as something that is very far away. When we talk about energy transition, when we talk about climate change, in your mind, it is like, it's very far, maybe in like 2100, and that is when the youth will start innovating. I think that is very wrong. Today, what we call youth is 78% of Uganda's population. Justina talked about 72% in Namibia. Uganda, it's 78%. And these are just people under 40 years, okay? People under 40 years, 78%. And perhaps my first message is that you're not just the future, but you're the present catalysts for innovation and sustainability. It's not in the future. It's not something waiting for some spaceships to come. Today, you are the present catalyst for innovation and sustainability. That's the first. And yes, and then we're talking about practical steps, right? Let me just give you a bit of examples about what your friends are doing, okay? So in Boaise, I think everyone here knows Boaise. There is a group called the Erudite Movement, okay? And so these guys woke up one morning. There was, I think it was a hackathon. It was UNDP-led. And so this hackathon came up, and, well, they saw the opportunity, and they decided to apply. Well, after all the steps, they came out with a project that turns invasive water hyacinth. Those of you who have been to Lake Victoria, you know very well water hyacinth, what it is. It's an invasive species, and they're turning this into renewable energy, biogas. So they get this invasive species, of water hyacinth, and they turn it into biogas. And this is addressing two challenges: environmental degradation and energy poverty. Okay? Because when you remove a waste from the environment and turn it into energy, you're not solving just one problem of energy poverty, but also the problem of the environment. So this is just one example of this group called the Erudites movement. Zion talked about last year, there was Total Energies hackathon. And then many people try to apply and everything, but I want to highlight the profile of the people that won that hackathon. And these people basically innovated around smart grids. They innovated around trying to find the places where electric vehicles or motorbikes can charge. As simple as that. It's not even very, very technical innovation if you really think about it. And so these young engineers like yourself, and I'll tell you that the people that won, I think, the second and the third prize were actually geologists, you know. I think one was from Macquarie University. You know them very well. And so they developed that IoT energy monitoring system, you know, and they won that prize. And so your friends are doing solar microgrids. They're doing so many innovations here and there. Another niche that people are doing right now, I give a very good example here today. We have Justina, is advocacy and policy influence. She said rightly that you can create your own space. You don't have to wait for someone to come and give you the voice, to give you the mic. You can start doing something, or at the very minimum, saying something, you know, that you want to do because you see the problem in your community. Maybe there's a lot of load shedding. Maybe there is something. And so these are just simple examples of what we are seeing today, okay? Because we're talking about practical steps. And so when we talk about education, and I think there's a gentleman, I think it was Mr. Mugume, that says, okay, our education, what do we use it for? Are you aware that the skills you are learning today are all transferable? I don't know who has lied to you that when you do your course or whatever it is, you can only apply it there. That is so wrong. I mean, we have Council Peter, we have Justina. These are lawyers that have come into the space. That means even you can go into any space you want. It's just a mindset problem, okay? And this I give it from my own personal experience. You find someone, they are waiting for the job advert that is relating to their line-by-line verbatim of their course, and they forget that there are so many things out there that they could do that are very related to the opportunities, to the energy space, okay? So, for example, when we talk about data science, who here has thought about, you know, what we call the so-called Industry 4.0? Who has thought about the amount of data that we're going to be getting from these fields? Who has thought about it? Are you innovating in that space? Are you innovating in the space of environmental science? Are you innovating in the space of renewable energy? And then you say, oh, there are no jobs. Oh, the applications. But you're missing the point. The purpose of all this is to open your mind, that it is not a small world. Maybe to give you some statistics, we have what we call the direct jobs and the indirect jobs. So far to date, and I think my friends in PA will correct me, the energy industry in Uganda, okay, the renewed one, okay, has generated, I think, about 15,000 direct jobs, right? But they are what we call the indirect jobs, okay? The HSE, the logistics, right? Those who are in safety, those who are in many other spheres, you know, surrounding the energy space, right? These are very, very, very underserved areas. And I don't know, I'm not from HR. I'll tell you that when you compare the applications that come in for some of these positions, you wonder and you say that, why can't someone who has studied maybe, I don't know, mining something, why can't they apply in the HSE space? Why not? You know, why can't you innovate in that space? Anyway, that is food for thought. Number 2, internships and volunteering, of course. That is a very practical step that we want to, as the SPE, to encourage the youth to take up. Don't wait to apply for that paid role. Because when you talk about a job, you're being paid, but you're paid for what? You're green, sorry to say, but you're green or you're learning. You're yet to learn, you're yet to get there. So how about you start with some voluntary work? How about you start with some internship here and there? Maybe you're not getting 100% of that advertised job from Aldelia or Q sourcing, but you're learning a skill that is making you a better person, right? You're learning interpersonal skills. You're learning how to present. You're learning how to speak, right? And so you're not tapping into this space. If you're not tapping into that space, then again, you are missing the point. And then I've already talked about the hackathons. On the point of hackathons, I talk about, for example, paper writing. I ask you, how many people here have published a paper on the SPE? Because we are a research organization primarily. How many have published a paper? I don't even see any hands. So you've not sat down to go, I don't know, use the internet. Even these days, there is Grok, AI, everything. And you've not done that to sit down and organize your thoughts into a simple research paper, right? Again, you're missing the point. Let's talk about networking. Practical steps here. Networking, okay? You were a fresher, you came into the space, okay? You started your first year, and it is now, you're now in like your 3rd year, but you have never attended a conference like this one. You have never talked to anyone, even your professors don't really know your name, right? Yet you study with them on a daily, day-to-day basis. Even some of your friends, you're like a mafia in class, you know? And so you've not networked. You know, you've missed the opportunity of just knowing people. Just that. Like, you know what? I have a friend, I have a person here, and this is my person. Let's say if I want to, if I'm broke and I want him to, he can house me a chapati or a Rolex. Just that, the networking, you know? And so if you're not networking, you're coming in class, you know, you disappear, you're not part of anything, you're not part of the SPE, for example. And when I talk about the SPE, there's so many platforms today, right? It doesn't even have to be the SPE. Go to the REA, go to EAGE, go anywhere. Go in a space, I don't know, go for, there are clubs in Makerere called, I think, Bang, you know, the other Toastmasters club. Do something and network within your space. Because, I mean, okay, fine, maybe you don't like the whole energy thing. Join the Toastmasters club and learn how to speak publicly, at the very minimum, right? And so, just one point. Finally, the 5th point, these are 4 practical steps I've given you, and the 5th one is on policy engagement. You have a voice. There is a lot of public participation. Every time the PAU or any one of us goes to the field, there's a lot of engagement. Speak, and I think you will find solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Speaking of energy, that's really the, I could hear a pin drop as you ask those biting questions. Ask not what other people are doing. Ask what you are doing. And on that note, I'll come to you, Michael Msinguzi, Q Sourcing. Gideon hinted on quite a number of important things, one of which is skills transferability. You occupy an interesting space of talent, management, talent. What sorts of trends do you see in that perspective? Do you see people who have acquired skills in oil and gas applying these, or do you see demand for them in other spaces? And what sort of collaborations do you see between yourself, actors in the other actors in the private sector, because you're also private sector, the young people here, and how, given that vantage position, what do they need to do to sharpen their skills, to adopt the right attitude? I think that's very important, to tap into these opportunities that are coming or that we're already having.
Thank you.
I forgot, I didn't remind all of us I didn't want to reduce your energy. So we are very, be mindful of time. We are running out of time. Sorry, Michael, I started with you. Go ahead.
Yes, so I'm called Michael Msings, as indicated. So I work with Q Sourcing, one of the regional human resource firms. We operate actually in 5 countries. That is Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Southern Sudan, and Rwanda. And we've been very fortunate to work in the space of energy in Uganda and also across the border, especially Tanzania. So at least we are more familiar with what oil and gas and energy can do. So us as employers, of course, there are so many things that we look out for. In terms of how we can collaborate, of course, with the institutions, the academia, the government, and also the private sector, one of the things that we are looking at, of course, we who employ people, some of the things that in terms of education, yes, we all get basic education, but sometimes you find when you reach into the actual job, there are so many trends that are coming up. So us as employers, we always recommend or suggest to the authorities that we should look at how we can embed some of these industry-driven new trends into curricula, and also how the people understand all these things that we are looking out for. Then the other thing that can help us immediately, because when we started the oil and gas and the energy in Uganda, we had, of course, a gap in terms of skills. But with over the time, in the last 5 years, we've seen a very big transition where we've seen most of our locals take on most of the jobs that were supposed to be expatriates later. So there has been like transferable skills. And of course, not all jobs could be done by Ugandans, that we have to accept. But we've seen that the authorities, of course, if you look at Total, when they are employing, they employ maybe one expat, and then they also put a few locals, so that there is that transfer, so that in 2 or 3 years, you find a Ugandan taking up the role. This is very important because we keep pushing for national content. Then, of course, we also have to look at work readiness programs. This is very important because all of us, even me, when you finish graduation, you don't have experience, but work readiness programs can really help. So we call upon the authorities, whoever is in that space, private sector, different organizations, we need to put funds where possible to incentivize the employers or private sector to really take up all these people and then be ready for the job, because it's important that someone gets access to a workplace. That is very key, or a training that can really help someone to push. So it's very important that we push that. Then, of course, as employers, we get the biggest challenge. Of course, I'm sure the questions will be too much. Why don't I get hired? I've applied, and as some of the people who have spoken before have said, you're not only going to get jobs in the energy side. That is a fact. There are so many opportunities. When you look at energy, of course, we are talking oil and gas. We are talking transmission. Of course, you see UEGCL, UEDCL, all those things are there. That is also energy. Then we are looking at renewables. Then we are also looking at energy management. So not only engineers are going to work in the energy side, we also have different profiles, procurements, admins, executive assistants. So there are various opportunities for you. And then, of course, why don't we get hired and all those questions? Of course, they will always be there, but one of the things I have to also appreciate for Uganda, what we've done, of course, with the oil and gas, it has really opened up so much linkages. So if you go to Hoima, we've been working, of course, in Tirenga and Kingfisher, but we've also seen other sectors grow. You look at the sports facilities, you look at the hospitality, all these are coming up because of the oil and gas. So various opportunities for all our peers in the universities, they are always going to come up. So for example, we've trained so many people in work readiness programs, of course, some sponsored by Total, UNOC, PAU, Sinopec, you can name them. All these guys have really invested a lot of time in training, and we've been lucky enough to train some of these students, engineers, or even some of the guys that have finished school before. But we've deployed them not only in Kingfisher or Total or Tilenga, we've also deployed them on the stadium. I think you've seen our stadium has been the Hoima City Stadium. We've been able to work with Suma, putting some of the welders, scaffolders on that project. Some of them who have been trained before for oil and gas. So don't limit yourself only looking at only oil and gas, but there are so many opportunities. So as we speak, we have the stadium, we have hotels coming up, we have the refiner that is going to be there. So these are different professions that are going to come up. So opportunities that we have to thank the government of Uganda and of course its partners that have really, really driven this. PAU, I think, has been very strong on national content through its tier 1 contractors, of course, the partners, Total, Sinok, national content. Personally, I also work in oil and gas, but this is something that we dreamt about. We could see, maybe these jobs are for only expatriates, but no, these are jobs for all of us. I also come from that side, but I also got a job. So don't limit yourself. Then also supplement on how we can help, especially the youth here, on how to get jobs. Of course, when we advertise for a job, we advertise lots of jobs in the space. Total is always recruiting and other partners, sub-tier contractors. One of the key things, of course, we've seen people, so many things, mistakes that they do in that they don't get opportunity. So one, of course, everyone will have a qualification, which is okay, but that will, everyone, if we advertise for a job, one job, 100 people will have the same bachelor's degree, which is, of course, we can't drop them. So we go to the next phase. Maybe those international certifications, but that is something that also the government and also a lot of partners are doing, especially for specific areas that we are looking at. So that is one, but everyone will have those qualifications. So you might find even out of the 100, the 60 have that additional qualification. Maybe they have been internationally certified or accredited by some of the partners that we work with. So we go to step 3. Now, how do we take this funnel down further? Because the client wants one person. So we go into what we call employability skills. Of course, we'll assess technically with your technical capability. We are looking at your knowledge area. If you're a welder, if you're an engineer, we assess all of you and see how best you can be. So maybe out of the 60, based on what we've seen, maybe we are allowed down to 30, technically. So what is the difference? All of you guys are okay. Would we send the 30 to the client? No. The position is 1. So we look at other employability skills. You know, these are soft skills. These are things to do with attitude, behavior, as we interact with you. So some of the things you need to work on, actually, the biggest differentiator is you have to really focus a lot on employability skills. Are you able to communicate well? Are you a team player? How do you solve, are you a problem solver? What are your leadership traits? These are things that edge you from candidate A to candidate B. It's as simple as that. Attitude, behavior, and skills. Of course, all of you will have all the qualifications. So look at investing a lot in that. And now we have a generation that, and also the trends, and we've seen with technology, there are so many things that are coming up in that there are lots of AI, so you need to be familiar with some of these IT, AI things so that you stand out of the crowd. Don't just go home, TikTok, read, because your candidate B that you're facing could have spent an hour doing something using those systems, GIS, all those things, and when they come to really the panel, they are more comfortable with these things, or there is an opportunity that where they were not paying, but they asked you, come and volunteer, and this person went and volunteered and learned a lot of things. Those things will give them an edge. So sometimes that's why you find you're not going through. So you have to work on a whole chain of things to be able to be a successful candidate. But don't limit yourself on only energy side, me from the employer side. The linkages that have been created by the energy side are too much. As you've seen, they are telling you there are plants in Tororo, there are plants in Iganga, there is exploration still going on. The government is also focusing on other things, so we need really to invest a lot of time, especially the youth, and opportunities will come to people who are ready. Sometimes people come maybe work in our offices and you really have to really guide them. They're lacking a lot of things. Or they even apply, they don't even, the instructions, they even fail. Because sometimes when we are maybe publishing these jobs, you find some qualifying questions and people don't take them seriously. And then you find that's actually a filter. So sometimes you find you've had maybe 800 applicants, but you find like 200 are already in the no category because the way they answered the filtering questions does not really make sense. So there is a lot of things to pay attention to, and also pay attention to the job adverts. As my colleague has said, I think most people only read the job title because that's what they're always waiting for. But that's very dangerous.
I'm going to ask you to cap it there. I'll come back to you. I think you have all heard it from the man. Opportunities come to those who are ready. That's the man who's going to give you your next job or get you your next job. Thank you very much, Sings Michael. It was intentional, Doctor, to come to end with you because there was a young man there who said all the innovation hubs go to public universities. Private universities have been left out. You are at one of the leading innovation hubs in the country. And a question I'm going to ask you is about collaboration, but I'll start with collaboration with private universities, because one of the things this conference does is hear what the young people want and try to respond. So this wasn't a prepared question, but you will answer it. But I'll also add another layer, collaborations with other entities. We heard from Michael some of the things that the market requires. Innovation hubs and academia are factories or universities are factories for talent. How are you collaborating? What opportunities for collaboration do you see with the private sector foundation, with recruiters like Q sourcing, in terms of enabling these young people to get ready to transform their ideas, the things that they do in the innovation hubs, into scalable solutions in the energy transition?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Dr. Margaret Nagovma, the Assistant Manager of the Makerere University Technology and Innovation Center. I'm representing my boss, Dr. Kathy Mbide Ikirol. She's away on other duties. But of course, when it comes to aspects of innovations, they're all over. Please allow me to make a small preamble on what we call the Makerere University Technology and Innovation Center. The innovation space or innovation center was established to help in commercialization of research outputs and innovation. At least we have to agree that whichever university you're coming from, a lot of us graduate every year. And it was realized, by the way, the center is established under the Vice Chancellor's office. It was realized that graduates leave jobs, companies on the shelves of university libraries. So when you're doing your research, maybe at third year, depending on the nature of the course, or fourth year, you find that you have brilliant ideas. When you present, the panelists note their heads and they give you marks, isn't it? Then you walk away. The next thing is to look for a job advert, like my panelists have mentioned, even other panelists. Now, you find that in the innovation space at Makerere University, we are obliged to provide support mechanisms. And the innovation space itself, it is a multidisciplinary space, whether you are pursuing a course in health, engineering, geomatics, even fashion, art and design, communication, that is journalism, lawyers, everybody has work in the innovation space. The clients we serve are threefold. The first category are students. The second category is the staff. But we are a public university, so we're obliged to serve the public. This includes communities, and of course, I wanted to do an introduction here on this aspect of communities or the public, where we're not limiting only the students and staff of Makerere. They can be companies, individuals, groups, other universities. Actually, I reached out to King Caesar personally. If you ask the CEO, I've been there. So we've moved from the comfort zone of even waiting for partners to look for us. We are also looking for partners. Like my colleagues have mentioned, skilling is very key. Of course, we have to agree. Universities are not gifted at all points to have everything. We do a lot of theory and we find that practice is actually missing. So one of the things to actually improve on the aspect of skilling, it is through partnership and industrial linkages. So, dear team, even if, actually I'm utilizing this opportunity to broadcast, talk about the Innovation Center. Some of the innovations, I don't know whether some people have toured the Innovation Center. That is at Yusufle Central Teaching Facility on the ground floor. Anybody? By show of hands. Thank you. Okay. You find that the innovations we have, as not only for students of Makerere, there are those from TVETs, from groups, they walk into the innovation space. Now, what makes the innovation space different? We are at the helm of all innovation hubs in Makerere, where we got all innovations in one space. This means that you, even if you are from a TVET, you come to us. Even if you have a grandmother in the village, she has a particular way of preparing a particular recipe, whether it's a herb for malaria, we are welcoming you in the innovation space. So please don't limit yourself. Even if you have not studied from Makerere, the space is open. To go on to the aspects of collaborations. Now, one of the things we are tasked is to have these industrial linkages. I will just give examples, but it is from a local perspective. We are looking at what we are calling targeted interventions or focused interventions. For example, one of the partners we have is Kira Motors. Kira Motors Corporation, they're into e-mobility. In there, we are having an aspects of gender balance where we have, at least if we look out for engagements, where they've taken out our students over 25, where 13 are male and 12 are ladies. And their cohorts run for a full year, meaning that if you're giving a student an internship opportunity or skilling opportunity for 3 months, they have hardly done nothing, learned nothing. So the others on board, we have Climate Smart Jobs. Climate Smart Jobs has promoted, this is the second time actually, we're having lots of hackathons running. Now, I mean, this maybe to look back a little, through these industrial linkages, we are able to appreciate the different challenges in different sectors. Of course, it's a global village. And in there, a particular company is able to present its challenge, and students are able to generate solutions. But in our formation of these groups that participate, we look at multidisciplinary contributions. So in other words, the aspects of co-creation and contribution from different sectors. Maybe to the others, Climate Smart, we are targeting 6 colleges. So meaning that for every single product, there's a contribution either from a lawyer, an economist, among others. The other partner we have is Rela Electronics. It's actually Namambe. It also took on students. So as part of the looking out for collaborations, you may find that Rela, we have a program for industrial, that is 4.0 skilling, where students are supposed to come up with 4 electronic gadgets. 1 are smartwatches, earpods. then there are charges, among others. There are very many companies we are looking out for. But now, the question is, where is the niche? What is the relevance? I talked about the reason for having the Innovation Center commercialization. So if you visit the center, you find that our role is, there's an idea, dear team and the entire audience, where people just visit the pod and just appreciate what they see. It's nice, it's good. No. For us, if you come to partner with the Innovation Center, we need an output, something tangible. Actually, we have also a multimedia studio where our students are producing albums, music albums, videos, among others. So if you're good at music, we need a song. If you're good at electronics, we need something tangible. So we have, it's a widespread of areas we actually can look out for. Then, of course, is, for example, we are lucky that we're at Makerere University. We can tap into the different government agencies around us, so the opportunities between government and government. Then, of course, the other is the companies like Total Energies, okay? So we appreciate all those partnerships. And then the other that could facilitate collaboration is benchmarking. You can't be good at everything, and to be the best, you need to know how people are doing things. And to be able to say that you have an innovative product, you should design a product that is actually outstanding. It's better than what is actually available on the market. So the other is also to move an inch. I just liked the way Miriam mentioned. One thing I mentioned, she mentioned that really moved my nerves is never apologize for being ambitious. Being an innovator, you look like, at the first point, even if you appreciate the innovators out there, the first time they introduce these initiatives, they look like maybe they're preaching in a different language, they're speaking a different language, but you have to pursue your dream, continue. And along the way, like my other panelists have mentioned, network. Look for communities of practice. Don't work alone. I mean, it doesn't cost a thing if you just send an email introducing yourself. By the way, I've been talking about, Mr. Msingisi, you talked about the skills. People introducing themselves. People even fear to talk. That bit of confidence is built over time. I also forgot to mention that much as I'm the manager of Innovation Center, I'm also a lecturer at the School of Computing. So I've done this for a lot of time. One other thing is move out of this. The moving out of the conference zone. One of the former panelists on the panel one talked about taking advantage of newer technologies. Now, we are having partnerships, it's only that we are not making mention of, before we actually streamline or concretize on the partnership, sometimes we don't broadcast. So we're having partnerships on board in blockchain, okay? Then remittance and payments. They're having a lot of launches. We're having tech companies coming on board. We're having, actually, they're not only limited to tech companies, but it's a broader array of organizations. So at the Innovation Center, it's an open door. Let me emphasize, it's an open door for everyone. So don't say that, the whole idea maybe is if you don't get the contact, yes. The other thing, what makes us different, the Innovation Center is, I think I should also mention the strands of what makes us different.
Maybe,
it survives
Doctor, I'll come back to you, if you don't mind. Okay.
It rides on 5 strands. Sorry, I had to request for a little time. Our first strand is ideate. The second one, innovate. The third one is to protect. The fourth one is to commercialize. The fifth one is to scale up. So what makes us unique is the protection of innovators' ideas. You'll find that all of us will not feel safe if somebody else will take on our idea. No. In Makerere, we have the intellectual property policy, that we, even if you're not a student of Makerere, of an organization, a group.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matiko Dennis, and I'm from King Caesar University, Bachelor's of Science in Petroleum Geoscience. I have two questions. The first one goes to... Okay, thank you. The first one goes to Mr. Michael. We are having a challenge as the youth about experience. So it has come to the extent whereby you graduate, but when you are going to look for a job, they tell you they need an experience of about 5 or more so years. So what are some of the strategies that you've laid for government the youth can at least beat the challenge of experience? Because I thought we would do like what the medics do. Take an instance, when somebody enrolls in year 1 for a 4-year program, at least after first year, they start internship. So by the time they go to the 4th year, they can be having some experience. Then the last question goes to the madam without glasses. I can't remember the name, so Madam Sandra, thank you for the correction. Allow me first to give the insight of the current energy sector as per the Uganda section. When it comes to Energypedia, we are having 80% of energy as biomass, then we are having 15%, that is petroleum, and 5% of electricity, and of which 3% of that electricity is solar. Now, it has come to a transition stage. We are transiting to renewable energy. So, when it comes to the energy sector, we are having Vision 2040. Right now, the current energy status, we are having about 2.2 gigawatts in the country. And by 2040, we project to have about 52 gigawatts. And as far as per the renewable energy sector, they want that we transit. They are trying to come in that we adopt solar energy. But as per the research, solar energy, the solar panels, the lifespan of a solar panel is about 15 years. That is by research. So it means now we are in 2025, and the vision is 2040. So when you add 15 years on 2025, it becomes 2040. So does it mean that by the time we come to 2040, we shan't be having those solar panels working? So what are some of the strategies you have put maybe to mitigate the challenge, that say that by that time we can catch up with the energy need, that is the 52 gigawatt. Thank you.
Thank you. I encourage those asking questions, one question. That way we can have as many questions. And don't ignore me when I come and stand near you. Yeah, just ask the one question so that we can have as many as can. And a tip, it's a good thing for you to write down people's names and titles. The worst thing that has happened to me as I've interviewed somebody is that later the person said, there was that interview where there was this brown madam. Brown madam, immediately that's not a candidate for a job, Cindy. Yeah, so write down their names, follow all these panelists and speakers on their LinkedIn pages, know who they are, and ask your question to them. Yes, over to you.
Yes, good evening, everyone in the house. My name is Nalvega Bridget. I'm a student of 3rd year at Chambago University, pursuing my bachelor's in environmental engineering and management. My question is, should I say community-based or environmental-based? When you're setting up these projects, there is what we call human rights in this. There are many impacts that are caused, most especially to local communities, alongside where you're setting up these projects. So, and some of these impacts are evictions, displacement, and human rights abuse. So my question is, how do you approach these impacts? How do you go about these impacts?
Thank you for that question, and perhaps it can come to somebody from Total Energies, or later we will have Petroleum Authority of Uganda, so maybe that's a question for them and not necessarily for someone on the panel. Yes, sir.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Emmanuel from a private university. Okay, I'm doing engineering at Deja University. Yeah, specifically mechanical engineering. My question is a bit technical because there has been repeating of the same things. So when it comes to innovation, I myself have tried a few things, and I've noticed there is a very, very big technological gap with these investing companies. So you find that even universities at MOOC, because I've been at iPod at the center, you find that there is not equipment that is enough. Now, let me give an example of this pen. This pen inside has a dye, ink, which is dye. So that's a chemical engineering thing. Then you find this plastic thing, you need a mold, a physical mold to mold this enclosure. Then you also need precision tools to make the lid, the ball. So the tooling, really, most of the hubs I've visited, they don't have equipment. And we hear you people talk about money being thrown around in these innovation hubs. So I really wonder. And the other bit is the intellectual property protection. That's it, yeah. But you excuse me for asking too. No. So,
Thank you very much. I am tooling you to be a good interviewer. Unfortunately, I have to cut you short. Guys, ask one question so we can get as many as possible. I know you are busting. So that question on tooling and the lack of equipment for that has been taken note of.
Thank you for the opportunity. All protocol observed. I appreciate your presence. My name is Amam Ajogdeng from Kumba University, doing Bachelor's of Science in Petroleum and Mineral Geoscience. So my question is, what are the most cybersecurity threats facing the oil and gas industry today, and what strategies are proving most effective in mitigating them? So why I'm asking this is we were always told to skill ourselves in IT, but then this will help us to guide which path should we really take on these cybersecurity threats. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, and we will pause there. And then we'll take the next round. So 1, 2, and 3. 1.
Thank you very much. Greetings of peace. My name is Regan Kayongo from Has Power Engineering Company Limited. We basically deal in electrical and mechanical engineering. I'm happy to meet my lecturer, Dr. Nagovuma. I don't know, by the time I left the university some years ago, yeah, true, we had a challenge of finance. I'm not sure whether that has been looked into to date. Then finally, in regards to internship, this podium and the audience, we are open for, we call out for interns, probably next year. I don't know whether your programs all, by that time, you'll have that symposium to see whether we can absorb you as Has Power Engineering Company Limited. Thank you very much. Where you can find us, we are in Golobi, Chinatown. You can, website is www.haspowerengineering.com. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The final two for this round.
Protocol observed. My name, I'm Ms. Jojo Mary, a student from Wisdom University, doing a bachelor's degree in mining engineering. My question goes to Dr. Nagovuma, is that why the students' innovations, they take long to reach the market, which is the Ugandan market. And also, you people have done it all, that some students are still green about the innovation space, and what has it failed? Thanks so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening.
My name is Charity Muganda, a student from Victoria University, pursuing a bachelor's in oil and gas management. As students from private universities such as Victoria University, institutions that focus on the economic, business and management dimensions of oil and gas industry, we have observed that most opportunities in the sector are constantly directed towards universities with engineering focus. This has left a significant gap where the economic and managerial expertise of our students remains underutilized. What deliberate measures are being taken to ensure that students specializing in the business and economic aspects of oil and gas are equally included and given opportunities to contribute meaningfully to the industry's growth? This question goes to Mr. Gideon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Haggai, back to you. Let's take responses to that round, and then we'll take a second and final round.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I'll ask each one of you. Shall we start with you, Doctor? Yeah. There was your student who, I think you should start with that one.
Thank you very much. It really feels good if you have your students in an audience. And yes, it is true. If you're observant, I'm putting on a T-shirt that has Makerere University and also has UNDP. Now, it takes good leadership to go and look out for source for either equipment, machinery. So you find that the Innovation Center has been here for 3 years, and the second year we got a grant from UNDP for machinery and equipment. So ideally, thank you, ideally you never have enough, but you work with what you have and progressively get a better or stable environment. So in the same vein, I'll still go back to one of my students where we said there's an aspect of horsepower, engineering, financing. Financing still, I think, in the same vein, the response for the first question, you need to source for funding. Even horsepower, you're welcome to also partner with our skilled fellow students, and then we walk the talk. Then, of course, why do students' innovations take long to reach the marketplace? This one has a question. As part of, it's only that we don't have all the time to explain this, as part of the innovation space, our role is provide mentorship and coaching. Sometimes you never know that you're good until you make a presentation to a group or an audience that understands you, and they'll be able to help you sharpen the saw. Meaning that these innovations, why they take long to, there are very many reasons. Some do not have the right quality. Okay, there are certain standards you need to follow. So we do that bit of mentorship in the Innovation Center. I had not talked about the mentorship series. For example, we have partnership with URA, that is Uganda Revenue Authority. They come and teach our students. We have seminars, webinars once in a while. They teach our students how to pay taxes or file for their companies. Then you also have Uganda Registration Services Bureau. These are also at the pod. They teach our innovators or students or graduates in this case to register their companies. By the way, those who have visited can attest that at the entrance there's a wall of fame where we have been able to pin up successful companies. Then yes, the Bureau of Standards also comes in to advise. Okay, so then the other is, that is as part of URSB, that is part of intellectual property. We have partnerships across the region. We have up to World Intellectual Property Organization, where people could be able to establish ownership of their innovations across board. But what matters is that please establish network value addition networks. So you have innovated. At least we have a storyline that even in Uganda, we are one of the #1 entrepreneurial countries, but hardly 90% of companies celebrate their first birthday. So there's a lot of mentorship along the way that is required. Thank you very much. That's it from me.
We'll start with Michael, then we'll come this way.
Yes,
maybe, Michael, if you could combine your responses to the question with your last remark, kind of concluding remark, so that we can, thanks.
Yeah, so the question was about experience. So basically, I know it's a big question, but in reality, it's a myth because all of us, even before we got our first jobs, we didn't have experience. So it's one of those things. First, you need to debunk that you have experience, actually, because if you've been able to come from primary level to university level, and actually on some of those things, some of the positions you've been having, you could find you've been a chairman of some society. Those are already leadership traits that clients are always looking out for. You're the one leading the teams, you're a team player. So I think on the experience, just to know that it's just, of course, some roles really need people who have experience. So for us who are on the side of employers, there are always entry roles, which are especially for fresh graduates, so you should target those more. And also maybe middle level, but of course there are senior level roles that you cannot go for. And of course, from my side, when we advertise a position, a senior accountant, even someone who has not really done anything will apply. And then they end up getting frustrated for nothing. Target the entry roles and get that opportunity, and also do as much volunteering as possible, internships, any opportunity that, I know most of the times now the generation that we have always wants big bucks most of the time, immediately. But if you ask some of the people who are here, seniors, when they started doing work, how much they were earning, you'll say, I couldn't do that. I think my first job, I was earning like 300K a month. That is only transport. You just go, come back, finish a year. But that experience that you build will take you to another level. You will learn a lot. So if you're looking for employment, of course, you have to be really, aggressive, be patient, but also target the right fields. So also use your experience. When we are interviewing, you talk about the things you're doing in your society. Maybe like Makere, they have so many associations. Those are opportunities for some of those employability skills that we are looking about. Are you able to network? Can you solve problems? That is experience. You need to really bring that out. So don't only look at your papers and say, I can't do it because this job wants 5 years. Yes, if it wants 5 years, most likely you're not going to get it. That is a fact. But there is an opportunity for an entry position. Every role that exists in this world has an entry role. That is a fact. So target those areas. And then in terms of closing remarks, of course, we are here to help the youth. We are all, majority I think, maybe apart from a few, we are youth. So prepare yourself, get ready. Opportunities just keep coming. And also, keep aware of the latest trends. So many sectors of the economy are opening up. Very many opportunities are showing up. You need really to be on top of the game. You have access to internet. You can follow as many pages as possible. Those dream companies that you want to work with, Total, follow them. They post opportunities, and people who apply first. Sometimes one of the key things maybe I can tell you is that some companies can post a job and then they start recruiting as it comes. They might not actually give you a deadline. So someone who has seen an opportunity and expressed interest and is very good immediately can get hired. So look out for those opportunities. We are just one agency, but there are many agencies out there. So you follow them, follow the pages of all those institutions you're looking out for. Now there are WhatsApp channels, there are job advert boards, there are so many opportunities. We have PAU, the NOGTR, we have Total, they have career section, so many where you can get all these opportunities. But also, the industry of energy opens up so many spaces. As I've said, look out for also all those. You can be an engineer in oil and gas or energy, but you can also be an engineer in a manufacturing sector, because we have like people who are working like in Nile breweries, Coca-Cola. these are engineers who maybe at some point dreamed to work in Tirenga. So opportunities have been opened up. So prepare yourself and get ready.
Thank you. Gideon?
Yes, thank you very much. So I'll start a bit with a few of the questions that were asked. So we had, I think it was Bridget, who is a student of environmental sciences, who asked about the impact of our activities to the communities and what are the mitigations. And so I would say, of course, I'm not very qualified to speak on this point, but what I know is what I'll say. We have what we call the project affected persons. And I am happy to state that Total Energies has already compensated and resettled 99% of them as we speak. So that's a big deal. And so big achievement. On the second point is what we call stakeholder engagement. Every time there is an activity, this one I've seen it myself, I've been part of it. I have met officials of Bulisa district and everything like that. We engage the stakeholders, or the companies engage the stakeholders on every point. The resettlement action plan has been already done. Like I said, I'm not qualified to speak on this. But I also want to talk about the local procurement that is already happening within those areas. I want to talk about the fact that a lot of these areas, the people have been employed, procurement is ongoing, agricultural development programs, schools, hospitals, name it, are being built in these areas. So these are some of the mitigations on top of the mere fact that they were already resorted away from the affected areas that are being done for the general communities of these areas. So I think to add also as well, Total Energies has a human rights charter and many other charters that are already governing this on top of the ESIAs. Don't even get me started. It's a lot. Then a lady from, I think, Victoria University talked about opportunities to private universities, especially in economics, business, and management. So I want to say that again, on the point of opportunities, how do you start? Okay, because yes, there is this job, but also how do you get in? Because it's always that point of the entry level, which is the hardest. Once you're in this role, you can pivot to anything. But how you get in, again, just like my colleague stated, Mr. Michael, take advantage of the internships. Take advantage of volunteering opportunities. Take advantage of all these competitions like the innovations. We have the Total Energies Startupper of the Year Challenge. I think that's how it's called, the Startupper Challenge. Yes, there are some projects from Uganda, but maybe they could be more. So if you're taking already part of this, these are projects that are not necessarily in the very, very technical space. You could innovate on anything, literally anything. Just like we've had from the Mark Unipod. So innovate, and maybe just a parting shot on that point is that Uganda's energy future is going to be shaped by those who dare to innovate and lead. So while you're seated waiting for the opportunity to be advertised, there are so many things that you could already start doing, start volunteering, start taking part in all these projects. Maybe even just start reading up. Go in the websites, like he has said. Follow the SPE and all our pages and our platforms. Find out what we're doing. Find out what Total Energies is doing, the PAU. And then you will start. For example, Zion asked, how many people know about the energy transition plan? Very few people actually had heard about it. So if you go in there and read about that energy transition plan, you're going to learn something that is actually going to help you generate an idea that you can bank on. And even let's say you have learned all that and you're coming in an interview, let's say, even if it's for a volunteer role or an internship role, it is going to differentiate you from everyone else. Because as you all graduate here, you're all going to have the good grades, okay? So what's going to make you different from person X is going to be you knowing these little things, okay? The little skills you've learned along the way, the leadership skills, things like that, your organizational skills, that's going to differentiate you. So go in and do more research. Don't, like my colleague said again, don't just do TikTok, you know? You also heard as well from Mariam, who said that, of course, there have been a lot of programs and projects, you know, and there are new frontiers all the time. Go in there and find out what is happening, and I think you're going to be a huge beneficiary of what is happening in the space. So keep yourself updated, keep yourself abreast of all the information that is ongoing, so that you don't take in riff-raff information, but you take in information that's going to actually transform your lives, okay? And then just a few parting shots. Of course, this is the Youth in Energy Conference 2025, the second edition. And perhaps my little message here is that we don't want you, the youth, to see yourself as participants, okay? But we want you to see yourself as an architect of the energy transition, okay? So when people talk about e-mobility, clean cooking, energy efficiency, energy poverty, you are the architect. You're the one who is going to go in there, look at your community. Maybe there is a lot of waste, turn that into energy. Maybe there is this and that. You're going to innovate those solutions along those lines, and that is exactly what's going to be the niche that transforms your life. So see yourself not just as a participant. Even when you go back from here, start thinking of yourself very, very highly as an architect of the transition, as an architect of Uganda's sustainability, as an architect of the carbon neutral goal, okay? Don't just sit back and say, okay, yeah, those guys are talking about carbon neutral, being Kwatirakowa. No, you're also part of it, okay? So see yourself as an architect and take advantage. I want to just introduce you to a few things that you can think about, write papers on, research about them, on top of reading the energy transition plan. Read about climate finance, carbon markets, green hydrogen, biofuels. We have one of our board members called Victor, who did a project called Eden. And Eden is about basically turning, I think, some bioorganisms into bioplastics, okay? So let's say we have, I don't know, a plastic item like a water bottle, and someone is going in there to find a way of creating biodegradable plastic. So these are some of the things you can think about. Think about the energy policy. Go and think about the digital energy platforms. When we talk about the internet or AI, blockchain, do you really understand what you can do with these things? Or do you know the power you have? Maybe just to leave you with a bit of thought, most of you have these little smartphones. I think most of everyone has these smartphones. You'll be surprised to know that with this smartphone, you have almost 1 trillion times more computing power than someone in 1970s had. Because those of you, I think those of us who are not so Gen Z right now, you know, we came from these, we used to have these VHS tapes, you know, and that thing I think would hold maybe at best like 500 MB of film, and some of us would go when we were young and play with it. And then we came all the way to cloud storage in the space of, I don't know, maybe 20 years. So think about innovation. It's very key, and it will change your lives. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Sandra?
Yes, I know it's after 6. I can see the audience looks tired, but this is very important information, and I'm going to be very fast. Now, Michael had mentioned work readiness programs. I want to let you know that these are there. Private Sector Foundation, we had the first pilot, which was called SG Plus, that was paying companies, incentivizing companies to hire graduates. So we matched 1,200 graduates to about 360 companies. And the companies retained 84% of those. So the project would pay 80% of the salary of the intern for 6 months. And in those 6 months, they are being trained so that when they get out into the market, they can get jobs. I think for me, I can relate, because Once I finished university and I was applying for entry-level jobs, they were always asking for experience. And you get so frustrated because you're like, I've been studying. When would I have time to get this experience? So now these opportunities are there. Please apply for them. There is a second phase, and it's called We Work. It's being funded by EU and the Belgian government. Go to our website, www.psfuuganda.org. All this information is there. One of the feedback we got from the companies was, some of these graduates were just laissez-faire, just, you would call them and say, why haven't you turned up to work? I was tired. Imagine, this is a 6-month program. So please, when you go out there, apply, have the passion, be interested. Those 6 months of experience will get you a job. I just want to add on to, I think what Margaret said. We are one of the most entrepreneurial country, and yet businesses don't survive past 3 years. I want you to know that we've developed a national startup policy with the Ministry of Trade. If I can ask, how many youth-led innovators in the green space are startups? Can you raise your hands? Startup means you're just a new company. This national startup policy is a policy that will enable startups to access funding to new markets and also mentorship. Because I'll give you an example. Okay, how many people are between the age of 20 to 30? Please raise your hand. 20 to 30, okay, that's the majority. Now, you might have your fantastic idea. You might have your fantastic project that requires funding, right? But before this policy, I can tell you that you are not legally recognized in Uganda as a startup. What did that mean? That means that you are not eligible for grants, you are not eligible for tax incentives, you are not eligible for incubation. So what this policy is going to do, it is going to create a fair level playing field. It is going to ensure, first of all, the sectors that the policy is focusing on is renewable energy, ICT, manufacturing, and agribusiness. Now, it's going to ensure that if you have a startup that is providing improved cook stoves, you will be able to access financing under this program that's aligned to the policy. So you will not be lumped up with large corporations that already have the experience, the networks, and all that. So I think this is good because it's going to provide good visibility for the startups, but it's also going to ensure a level playing field when you're bidding for contracts with large companies. So we are really creating a fair and more supportive space for youth entrepreneurs in high impact sectors like clean energy, so that you start, you grow, and you scale. I think that's very important for you to know the opportunities that are there. As I conclude, we also have invested in talent and mentorship. At Private Sector Foundation, we've got a Next Gen mentorship program. It happens once a year. We bring business leaders that have been in the industry for years to talk to you. So they can mentor you in terms of financial planning, innovation, market analysis. So please do go to our website. We are planning to hold one actually, I think October, November. Get this information, participate. There will also be opportunities for participating online. I just thought that would be very important. Now I'll answer the question I think the gentleman asked about the lifespan. What are the strategies for the lifespan?
I'm sorry, is that the last?
Yes,
yeah, really,
it's the
really
last one.
Thank you very much.
Strategies to mitigate short lifespan of solar. I had mentioned the circular economy, reuse, repair, recycle of solar components to reduce waste, but also extend value. So we will need to partner and co-invest in battery recycling. We need to support the private sector in solar repair. We need to advocate for policies that incentivize solar products to take back schemes. We need to offer grant schemes of these companies that reuse, build capacity for maintenance and lifespan extension. I think awareness is also very important. Let the households, let the communities know the lifespan of solar products, 10 to 15 years. And then facilitate access to affordable upgrades or replacement. And I think most importantly, we need to engage with UNBS to make sure that the solar products that are entering our markets are of good quality, that they do actually last the 15 years, and then after the 15 years that they're even able to be reused. So there's a lot of policy engagement that needs to be done there. So as a closing, I want to say that we are committed as Private Sector Foundation to creating an environment where your companies, youth-led innovators, you can thrive, because transition in renewable energy is transition in opportunities. So take advantage of these opportunities. We are not just facilitating Uganda's energy transition, we are building a foundation for the youth to lead it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I took a bunch of notes, but I won't go into them. I think you all had what everyone, if there's one quote I can leave us with, it's what Gideon said. The future, who remembers it? Anyone? The future is for those who dare to innovate. I think nothing captures the one word that would summarize this panel, which is action. Everyone here was nudging you to act. Dr. Margaret said the Innovation Hub is open to everyone. If you have an idea, I was thinking quickly, you can start a podcast, for instance, at the Multimedia Hub to explore and unpack issues and developments around the energy transition. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. And I would like to ask you to clap for our panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our panel. I've been sensing in the room a little dissatisfaction. Not enough time. We wanted to ask questions now. I understand that. And indeed, I'm sure Total Energies has heard that feedback. This was the second year. I think we have done well this year. Yeah? So, year 3, it shall even be better, eh? Gacha alimabaga. That is, if some of you went to that school, you know what that means. Yes, so we have one more activity before we bring this to a close. We're going to hear from our boss. We're going to hear from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, the regulator, but partners, and you know, driving this oil and gas development. So a quick photo here, and then we will hear from our last person and end. I would also encourage you not to be shy. If you have a direct question or you've brought your CV, don't let these people go away. There are many in the room without approaching them and saying, by the way, I was so and so, and this is what I can actually bring to the table for you. Yes. Okay. I know some have been on social media. Please follow Total Energies EP Uganda on Facebook, on Instagram. You know where to find people that you need to find. But tag, repost, and share their content. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, are we there? Are we tired? Do you want to participate in the cocktail or no? We can close everything and we go away. Are we okay? Allow me to invite Ms. Gloria Sevikari, Manager Corporate Affairs with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, where she has been since 2018. but she has been in this sector even longer, for 15 years. I have learned a lot from her. I have called on her to ask many questions. She's always somebody who is interested in people's knowledge and information and extending your expertise. So welcome with me, Gloria Sevikari.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Some energy. Thank you all for staying here till the end. I promise not to take too much time in between you and the things Rachel mentioned. I am really honored and glad to be here with you this afternoon for this second Youth in Energy Conference 2025. Before I say a few things, I just thought I would share something that resonated with me from the speakers from the two panels, and it's from my career journey. There were a lot of questions on internship, employment, employment, experience, etc. And just like Michael said, you need to put yourself out there. My first job was as a result of my internship. I was retained after I graduated. They even gave me a gap to first graduate and get my papers before I was retained. So do not, I say this with a lot of passion because I have had interns, and I'm sad to say that 70% do not really put themselves out there, even as far as submitting their internship report. So how do you graduate? So please do not put yourself out there in internship at your universities, volunteer activities like this, expos, career fairs, volunteer and take notes. Rachel said take notes. There are a lot of tips that have been shared that I even didn't know. I didn't know we had a startup policy in the country. And I know many people in startup businesses. So do not take for granted the information you get here. Please take notes, go back. This video will be on YouTube. If you missed something and I've tickled you, please go back to YouTube and listen. Then secondly, there are a lot of spaces that have opened up for young people, and please take advantage. I know that when we are looking for jobs, when we are looking for internship, when we are looking for opportunities, the first place we go to, you want Total Energies, you want PAU, you want ECOP, but behind or on the back of Total Energies, there are 1,200 contractors that they are working with, whose names may not be known. Behind Total Energies, there are recruitment firms that go out there. You've heard from Michael. Michael is just one of them that has been, Q-sourcing has been in the industry for long. So take this information, do not just sit on it, do not just let it pass, so that we can hear stories or testimonials in the next conference. So I thought I would just pick on that from what was shared. So ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be here on behalf of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and this conversation is very timely because the future of our energy sector, whether you're talking about oil and gas, whether you're talking about power, whether you're talking about minerals, all of these is in the hands of in the shoulders of the youth. As Marianne said, this is a conversation that the youth need to continuously be part of. So I thank Total Energies and their partners from SPE for bringing us all together to have this conversation. As being part of government, it's important for us to appreciate that the foundation for having all this is having the right policy, the right laws. So much as we are speaking about action, we have to know what are the policies that guide us, that provide a foundation for the things that we are talking about for youth inclusion in energy. There are a number that deal directly with youth. The Youth Action Plan, the UN Joint Adolescence and Youth Program, we've heard of the Startup Policy, and these frameworks are there for the youth. So besides looking for the opportunities, it's important to know the support that is there. And the common themes across all these have been discussed today. We want to see skills development and employability. They talked about soft skills. It's not enough to say, I have a first-class degree in environment engineering. When you go for an interview, how do you present yourself? We are talking about access to finance for those who are entrepreneur. We've been told not all of us are going to get jobs, not all of us are going to be employed, but we have entrepreneurs. So access to finance. What are the policies that PSFU has put in place to ensure that young businesses, young people can access finance, access skills, capital for their businesses? And then, of course, a lot has been said about digital transformation. We are in the age where they're even asking questions, are certain jobs going to be relevant for the future? So as we talk about AI, we have to know that digital transformation is part and parcel to whichever career, and of course, environment, social sustainability. These are all very important for us in the energy sector, and more specifically in the oil and gas industry. So allow me to spend 2 minutes talking about why this youth participation is critical and why the issues that have been discussed today are very important for us in the oil and gas industry. In the first panel, I think Peter mentioned about the global shifts in policy, you know, whether it's political, economical, environmental. Before the Trump presidency, we thought oil was gone. Now we are in the era of Trump presidency, and we are realizing Trump presidency, but also conflicts in Europe, Russia, Ukraine, and we are realizing things like energy security must come first as we balance our development. And so nations must pursue a delicate balance between economic development, social inclusion, energy security, and environment responsibility. Uganda is no exception to this dialogue, and that is why for us as a country, that is why for you and I, Uganda's oil and gas projects are critical. They are not just about fossil fuels, they're not just about climate change or the energy transition, but they are part and parcel of our socio-economic transformation, industrialization, energy security, and national prosperity. And so even before we have attained first oil or commercial production, we are seeing the benefits and opportunities of the oil and gas sector. One is in terms of, we've talked about the transition from biomass, firewood, to cleaner forms of energy. Even before we transition, there are many projects that are dealing with clean cooking. How can we use wood fuel more efficiently? And so when you talk about energy security, energy transition, the oil and gas sector is part of this. First, by providing alternatives, but also when we have the refinery and are producing our own petrol, diesel, it means we are going to be spending less money on importing, you know, fuel that you buy from the petrol stations. We are going to spend less. We spend about 2 billion annually. We're going to spend less money, and that means we have more to invest in things. People are talking about innovation, getting the right equipment, the right infrastructure. So that's important for us. The other area is our economic growth. The investment in the sector is contributing close to 70% of the foreign direct investment in the country. What does this mean? That means we are seeing economic stability across the board, across other sectors of the economy. How is this seen? The easiest example is our currency compared against the dollar. We've had stability over the past year or so, and that means people that bring in goods are doing it cheaper, and that goes to us, the final consumer. The other area is national content development. We've spoken a lot about that, the jobs, the contracts going to Ugandan companies, the host communities, the technical institutions that are now skilling young Ugandans in both oil and gas, but also other disciplines. And so these are things that we are seeing to date, even before we produce the first barrel out of the ground. Lastly is infrastructure development. Infrastructure is a backbone for development. If you do not have roads, if you do not have hospitals, if you do not have other durable infrastructure, then you cannot talk about development across the country. And so we are seeing the road networks in the country have improved tremendously. We are seeing the initial revenues from taxes in oil were invested in Karuma Dam to give us more power as a country. We've seen the second international airport in Hoima. We are seeing the Hoima City Stadium that is going to host AFCON next year or 2027? Next year or 2027? Soon, people are awake, and Total Energies is a proud partner of AFCON. So what is that doing for us as a country? The Hoima City Stadium was put in Hoima because there's an airport. Why is the airport there? Because of the refinery. Why is the refinery there? Because of oil and gas. And when we have the stadium, the roads, Hoima is near Makshon Falls. Tourism also develops. And so we are saying that oil and gas is a catalyst for development. So even if you do not get a job in Total or QSOSIN doesn't recruit you, if you find a job at the stadium, if you find a job at the so many hotels that are coming up in Hoima, then you're part and parcel of the development. The oil and gas policy is a foundation, provides a foundation for inclusive development. National content is a key pillar that has spurred the participation of youth in the country. So as the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, you're not only beneficiaries, but also drivers of its success. From a global picture, we've seen countries like Norway, which everyone talks about. They teach us that strong governance, local content, and investment in human capital are key to maximizing benefits from petroleum resources. And that is why, as government, we are keen to see and encouraged when we see our oil companies and their contractors investing in your universities, partnering in initiatives like this that enhance youth participation, youth awareness, youth inclusivity in the oil and gas sector. So lastly, to you, the young people, I know I've said a lot from the beginning. The opportunities are vast, but they require preparation. We may sound like a broken record, but they require preparation. From the way you posture yourself here, I was glad when people walked up to me and said, I saw this on LinkedIn from the Petroleum Authority. I'm like, yeah, if we were in an interview, you would get a mark. So they require preparation. Be knowledgeable. There's a lot of information out there. We cannot give you everything here. We cannot answer all the questions here, but there's a lot of information out there. Where we fall short, don't just go and grumble down there. Come and say, but you know, I sent you this email, this message, and I didn't get a response. Because like they said, the future is for those who are what? Ready to innovate. Your innovation might be sending an email or finding a way to approach someone based on the knowledge you've acquired. Next time you meet Anita and you say, oh, I was at the Youth in Energy Convention last year and this spoke to me. That's innovation in a softer way. So be ready, be prepared, get the technical skills. Get the technical skills, study hard. Get the first class, the upper second, and the like. Get the technical skills. We've talked a lot about digital skills, but also the soft skills. The soft skills are how you speak, how you approach people, how you dress, how you present yourself. Get those soft skills because they matter a lot. There are many platforms. Esther spoke about the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. You may not get an oil and gas job from there, but it's preparing you on how to write your CV. It is putting you out there. We have companies that have gone on there to recruit for training programs, short courses, etc. So use the platforms. People say it costs nothing to apply. It's for free. So put yourself out there. Embrace innovation and entrepreneurship. For those of you that have an entrepreneurial mindset, entrepreneurship is very important. There are so many platforms and so many facilities for entrepreneurs, opportunities in logistics, ICT, etc. And stay informed, participate responsibility in dialogues because your voice matters. My parting shot is in line with what people said. You may think we copied each other. But my parting shot is from I think it's Barack Obama, who said the future belongs to the young people with an education, which you're all pursuing, but with an imagination to create. People said innovate. And I think Mariam said something similar in her keynote. So I think education is important, innovation is important, preparation is important. As the Petroleum Authority, we are celebrating 10 years this year. We are not very old, but we are also not very young. But our commitment is to enhance this conversation. We are planning to do a few career, I don't want to call them fairs because that makes them seem so big, but some engagement with the different universities. We've supported a number of you to go to the field, internship. If you've been to the field, please raise your hand. People, raise your hands, you've been there. Yeah, because we get so many requests from the different universities. So we'll continue to enhance this conversation because you're at the heart of this vision. So let's move, as we said, from awareness to action and ensure that our energy transition is inclusive, it is just on our own time, and it transforms our nation. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause as Gloria takes her seat. So, friends, we are at the end. Or we are near the end. But if you know Elizabeth Adut and are from Nkumba University, please take her ID. Somebody over there, I will be here for a short time. You can come and pass around. We don't want her to lose her ID. This scarf, I am willing to own it if nobody owns it. But here it is. Please take your possessions before we go. I'm leaving them here. Okay, so speeches are done. Panels are over. I just have a small addition to make. I was thinking that for the majority of you, I am at least 28 years older. I'm one of the oldest people in this room. So while you're planning for jobs, some of us are planning for retirement, which is not a bad thing. So allow this old person to give you some wisdom, in addition to everything that people have said. Gloria said her first job was as an intern. My first job, I had to go back to my nursery school because I couldn't get a job. So I went to be an understudy of a nursery school teacher, not far away from here in a place called Kampala Kindergarten. I was paid 5,000 shillings per month. And don't say 5,000 long ago was a lot. It was not. It was barely anything. You had to do without lunch. It is at that job, taking care of preschool students, that a parent asked, "But you speak well. What did you study? Did you study education?" I said, "No, journalism." He said, "Really? The next time, you said you studied journalism." "Yes, you speak really well." He gave me my first job on TV as a news anchor. Humble beginnings matter. Make your mark. So next year, do not come without a set of business cards. 110K at Nasa Road. If you need to save, borrow, or beg, I can even offer someone a loan. You make something. Print out your CV and laminate it so that you can give it to somebody and they don't forget you. The final thing is find out what you're passionate about. We have talked about what you know, but also what you don't know. And learn and read. There was a book mentioned here. Does anyone remember what it was? The book is called The New Map. It's expensive, I saw it, but universities will have it. Won't you, Dr. Margaret, somewhere? Yes. It's by a gentleman called Daniel Jürgen. I know his books are fat and big, but read something. Come into a space where you know and people know that you know. That is the advice from this old person in the room. And that is done, finally. Keep your hands together for the exhibitors of this, for our moderators, Anita and Haggai at the last minute. A louder one for our panelists. Now, this one I want you to stand up for because Ngai was enthused by our keynote speaker, Miriam Savso. Thank you very much. You've left us with so much to learn from. And then, of course, Gloria, who has been here at the end. So, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed, you can sit down, or you can pick up your bag and get ready to go. Protocol observed, importantly, the young people in this room, upon whom our bright future hangs. Thank you so much for being with us here today. My name is Rachel Mugarura Mutana, and on behalf of Total Energies EP Uganda, thank you for being here. Have a very, very good night.
Indlela Yokasala, The Way of Life, Brown Coffee.
If any panelists or speakers who are here, could you come for one last picture? But otherwise, we are over. Twaheza. And everybody else, if you want to be in a photo, you can come. I saw someone there who came even in a bow tie. Mr. Bow Tie there at the back. Don't go. Come and be in the group photo. We take a photo of your bow tie.